Hey there, story lovers. This is The Fiction Wizard, and we're bringing you an epic adventure. What if the Addams family sued Dumbledore for custody and Wednesday Addams walked Harry into Hogwarts as his legal guardian? Hit like, subscribe, and let's begin this journey. Chapter 1, The Inventory. The genealogy project started, as most of Wednesday Addams's projects did, with a corpse. Not literally, though she'd made that mistake once in 7th grade and the school counselor still hadn't recovered, but metaphorically. Her mother's family tree had gaps in it the size of graves, and Wednesday had decided, with the particular brand of cold obsession that passed for enthusiasm in her emotional register, that she was going to fill them in. It was January. She needed something to do. The last boy who'd asked her to prom had ended up with his eyebrows singed off, and she'd been momentarily between projects. She sat at the desk in her bedroom, a room that smelled of formaldehyde and old books, whose walls were hung with anatomical charts and one framed photograph of a funeral pyre that she'd taken herself at 14, and spread Morticia's family records across the surface with the careful precision of a surgeon laying out instruments. The front line. The Addams line. The various branches of dark European aristocracy that had married in over the centuries, each one more dramatically cursed than the last. Wednesday knew most of it. She'd catalogued it at 12 for a history project that had earned her a perfect score and a concerned phone call home. What she hadn't catalogued was the maternal deviation. Her grandmother Frump's sister, Druella, who had married a man named William Evans and moved to England in 1955 and was listed in the record simply as estranged. Wednesday found Druella's descendants with the same expression she wore for everything, mouth flat, eyes direct, the bored intensity of a cat watching something she hasn't decided yet whether to kill. Druella Evans had a daughter named Petunia and a daughter named Lily. Lily Evans had married a man named James Potter in 1979. Lily Potter had died on October 31, 1981. Wednesday sat with that for a moment. She was 17. She understood death with a comprehensiveness that most people twice her age hadn't achieved. She didn't flinch from it. But there was something in the date, October 31st, the one day of the year the Addams family treated as genuinely sacred, that made her set down her pen and look at nothing for approximately 4 seconds. That was, for Wednesday, a significant display of emotion. Lily Potter had left behind a son. Harry James Potter, born July 31, 1980. Currently 11 years old. Currently residing at 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, England, in the care of one Petunia Desley née Evans and her husband Vernon. Wednesday pulled up everything she could find on the Desleys through the usual channels: public records, school enrollment data, tax filings, the things that anyone could access if they knew how to look and didn't mind looking for 6 hours straight. She found school records for a Dudley Desley, age 11. She found no school records whatsoever for Harry Potter. She found a reference to a scar, an old police incident report, a neighbor who'd called about shouting, the Desley address flagged once and then closed without action. She found a note from a primary school about a student who was consistently underdressed for winter weather. Wednesday closed her laptop. She looked at her bedroom wall. She looked at the anatomical chart of the human nervous system that she'd annotated in red pen with corrections to the published version. She picked up the phone and called her father. "Cara," Gomez Addams said, and she could hear from his voice that he was fencing with someone. There was the distant ring of steel on steel. What a delight. "Are you well? Have you maimed anyone interesting?" "I need to go to England," Wednesday said. The fencing sound stopped. "England," Gomez repeated, and now he was fully present, the way he got when one of his children said something that required his complete attention. "Which part?" "Surrey. Specifically Little Whinging." "Terrible name." "Yes." Wednesday looked at her notes. "I've found a cousin." There was a pause. She heard him dismiss whoever he'd been sparring with. "Tisha's family?" "Her grandmother's sister's line. Lily Evans married a man named James Potter. She's dead." Her husband is dead. Their son is 11 years old and living with the other sister's family, who appear to be, she chose the word with precision, inadequate. Another pause, longer. How inadequate, Wednesday? I won't know until I see it, she said, which was the most diplomatic way she had of saying I think it might be very bad but I want to be sure before I say it to you because you will set something on fire. I'll tell your mother, Gomez said. Not yet. Let me go first. Wednesday, father. Her voice didn't change in pitch or volume, but something in it closed like a door. I am 17 years old. I have a black belt in 3 disciplines, a license to practice recreational chemistry in the state of New Jersey, and I have twice been interrogated by Interpol without legal counsel and left the room with more information than I came in with. I want to go and see the boy before we tell Mama because you know exactly what Mama will do when she finds out that someone has been cruel to a child in her family. Gomez was quiet for a moment. Then, she'll be magnificent. She'll be unstoppable, Wednesday said. And I want to know what she's unstoppable at before she starts. He laughed, the big warm laugh that filled every room he walked into. Take thing. I was already planning to. She was in Surrey by Thursday. Privet Drive was the most aggressively normal street Wednesday Addams had ever walked down, and she had once spent a week in suburban Ohio for reasons she had chosen to repress. Every house was identical to the one beside it. Every lawn was the same shade of determined green. There were garden ornaments. There were net curtains. There was a man washing his car in a driveway who looked at Wednesday, black dress, dark braids, expression of professional neutrality, and fumbled his sponge into the bucket. She didn't look at him. She walked to number 4 and knocked on the door. The woman who answered it was angular and horse-faced, with a neck that seemed slightly too long for the rest of her, and eyes that had perfected the particular Britishness of looking at someone and finding them wanting before they'd opened their mouths. She looked at Wednesday. Her nostrils flared. Yes, she said, with the single syllable doing a great deal of heavy lifting. My name is Wednesday Addams, Wednesday said. I'm a genealogical researcher. I've been tracing the Evans family tree and I believe you're Petunia Desley née Evans. May I come in? Petunia Desley looked like she'd swallowed something difficult. The word Evans had hit her somewhere tender. Wednesday had watched for the reaction and she'd gotten it. I don't. Who sent you? What do you want? Information, Wednesday said. I'm compiling a family history. I understand you have a nephew in residence. I'd like to meet him. He's not available, Petunia said, too fast. Wednesday tilted her head a quarter inch. She had a very good eye for reflexive lies. She'd cultivated it specifically so that she could appreciate them the way other people appreciated good wine. This one was poor quality. Mrs. Desley, she said, very pleasantly, it's a Thursday morning in January. Your nephew is school age. According to the borough's enrollment records, he is not currently attending Stonewall Primary or any other local institution. So unless he's at a specialist school that doesn't appear in any publicly accessible database, she paused for exactly the right beat, he's in the house right now. Petunia's mouth thinned to a line. She stepped back from the door, not warmly, but with the specific resentful compliance of someone who has decided that getting rid of this person quickly requires letting them in. The house was pristine. It was the kind of clean that wasn't about hygiene so much as control, everything in its exact right place, surfaces gleaming, a shrine to the comfort of a specific family. There were school photos on the wall of a very large blond boy at various ages, each successive photo showing him wider and more pleased with himself. There were no photos of anyone else. Wednesday noticed the door under the stairs. She noticed the small latch on the outside of it. She noticed the way the carpet was worn thin in the hallway from Petunia's path between the kitchen and the living room and did not include any deviation toward that door. She filed all of it. Dudley is at school, Petunia said, leading her into the kitchen with the air of someone trying to keep a visitor's attention in one specific room. I'm not sure how I can help you with a family history. We don't really, Harry, Wednesday said. Petunia froze. Could you call Harry, please? Wednesday said, in the same pleasant tone. I'd like to speak with him. The silence in the kitchen was the particular kind that happens when two people both know something and only one of them is pretending not to. Petunia's jaw worked. He's busy, she said. With what? Chores. Wednesday turned and looked at the door under the stairs. She looked at it for a long time. She looked at the latch. She looked at the worn path in the carpet that pointedly avoided it. She looked at the small ventilation gap at the bottom that was, now that she was close enough, large enough for a cot. A small cot. A child-sized cot. She turned back to Petunia Desley. Her face had not changed. Her voice had not changed. But something in her eyes had, and Petunia, to her credit, flinched. Mrs. Desley, Wednesday said quietly, I'm going to ask you to open that door. I don't know what the door under your stairs. Wednesday walked to it. She put her hand on the latch, on the outside latch. I'm going to open it now. You have no right, I have every right, Wednesday said, and there was something in her voice now that was very soft and very cold at the same time, the way certain poisons have no smell. He's family. She opened the door. The cupboard was 4 feet wide and 6 feet deep. There was a cot in it, a thin mattress, a single blanket. There were crayon drawings on the inside walls, small, careful drawings of spiders and what might have been stars. There were scratch marks on the door frame, the kind a child makes to keep track of time, and Wednesday had to do the math because she couldn't help herself and the count went back years. There were 4 dead spiders in the corner that had been given names. Sitting on the cot with a book in his lap, a library book, she noted, because of course he'd found some way to have books, was a small boy with wild black hair and round glasses that were slightly too large for his face and a crack in one lens that had been repaired with tape. He was wearing clothes that were sized for a child twice his width. He had a bruise on his left forearm that was 3 days old, yellowing at the edges. He looked up at her with eyes the color of a particular shade of green she associated with deep water, and there was no fear in them, or rather, the fear was there but so well managed, so comprehensively domesticated, that it barely registered. He'd learned to wear his fear quietly. That was a skill that took practice. Wednesday recognized it because she'd been the one teaching herself not to have it, which was the same process run in reverse. He said, "Oh," in the careful way of someone who has been surprised by too many things that turned out to be bad. "Hello." "Hello," Wednesday said. "My name is Wednesday. I'm your mother's cousin's daughter." She watched his face. Her name was Lily. Something moved across Harry Potter's face that he didn't manage to catch in time. Something young and raw and wanting. "You knew her?" "No," Wednesday said honestly. "She died before I knew she existed. But I'm here now." She looked at the named spiders in the corner. She looked at the scratch marks. She looked at the cracked glasses. "Pack what you want to keep. You're not sleeping here again." Harry stared at her. Behind Wednesday, Petunia made a sound of outrage that Wednesday ignored as thoroughly as she'd ever ignored anything. "You can't just," Harry started, with the reflexive caution of a child who had learned that good things were almost always mistakes. "I can," Wednesday said simply. "And I am." "Pack your things, Harry." He looked at her for another moment. Then he looked past her at Petunia, and Wednesday watched him reading something in his aunt's expression that complicated things for him, some mix of fear and long habit, and she stepped slightly to the left to break his sightline. "Her opinion on this," Wednesday said, "is not relevant." Harry Potter looked at her. Something shifted in his face, the careful management cracked, just slightly, and underneath it was a boy who was exhausted from holding everything so steady for so long. He put down his library book. He stood up. He had almost nothing to pack. That was perhaps the worst part of the entire afternoon, and Wednesday had catalogued several very bad parts. He had a blanket, the library book, a photograph she didn't look at directly because it wasn't her business yet, and the dead spiders, which he looked at briefly and left, and she understood that some things only matter where they are. He had nothing else. 11 years of living in this house and he had nothing that filled more than a single carrier bag. She held the door of the cupboard open for him. He stepped out, blinking slightly in the hallway light. He was small for 11, she'd thought so from the records, but seeing it was different. He came up to her shoulder. He looked at her with those carefully managed green eyes and said, "Where are we going?" "To my car," Wednesday said. "Then to a hotel. Then home, eventually." She paused. "Do you have a passport?" He shook his head. Of course he didn't. She turned to Petunia, who was standing in the kitchen doorway making various architectural shapes with her face. "His birth certificate," Wednesday said. "And his medical records. Whatever documentation you have for him." "I am not giving you anything, you are," Wednesday said. "Because I know a very good solicitor, I have a mobile phone, and we are standing in a house where an 11-year-old child has been sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs." She let that sit for 1 second. "His birth certificate. His medical records. His national insurance number if you have it. Everything you have for him, please." Petunia's expression collapsed through fury and fear and something else, something that might, in a different person, have been shame, and she went to a drawer in the kitchen. She pulled out a folder. She threw it onto the counter rather than handing it over. Wednesday picked it up. She took stock of it without opening it. "Thank you," she said, with perfect neutrality, as if thanks were simply a formality and not something she was extending genuinely. Then she looked at Petunia Dursley one last time. "My mother," she said, "will be in contact." Petunia went the color of old chalk. Wednesday took Harry's bag in her left hand, opened the front door with her right, and walked out into the January gray of Privet Drive with Harry Potter following 2 steps behind her, blinking at the sky like someone who'd been inside for a very long time. She'd rented a Volvo, which she found aesthetically offensive but practically sensible. Thing was in the glove compartment, as instructed, and as Wednesday opened the passenger door for Harry and then walked around to the driver's side, the glove compartment opened and Thing gave a brief, expressive wave. Harry stared at the disembodied hand. Then he looked at Wednesday. Then he looked back at Thing. "That's Thing," Wednesday said, starting the car. "Right," Harry said, after a moment. "The hand. He communicates," Wednesday said. "Mostly. You'll learn to read him." She pulled out of the lobby where she'd parked without looking at any of the neighbors watching from various windows, because they could look all they liked. "He's more communicative than most people I know." Harry was quiet for a moment. Then, and this was the thing that told her the most about him, more than the cupboard or the clothes or the bruise or the library book, he said, "Thank you for coming." "Don't thank me yet," Wednesday said. "Things are about to become very complicated." "More complicated than," he stopped. He looked out the window at Privet Drive disappearing in the mirror. He didn't finish the sentence. Wednesday drove. Thing, from the glove compartment, signed something at Harry with the careful patience of a teacher. Harry watched the hand, puzzled but not frightened, and gradually his shoulders descended from their habitual position somewhere near his ears. She got them a hotel room, 2 beds, paid in cash, the receptionist giving her a long look that she returned with such vacancy that he looked away first, and then she sat Harry down at the small desk with the folder of his documents and ordered room service and called her father. "Well?" Gomez said. Wednesday looked at Harry, who was eating a club sandwich with the focused silence of someone who'd been given food and wasn't sure when the next opportunity might come. She turned slightly away and lowered her voice. "It was a cupboard, Papa." The sound her father made on the other end of the line was very quiet. Gomez Addams was a man of spectacular emotional volume. he wept at operas, laughed at catastrophes, declared his love for his wife in terms that made most people uncomfortable with the raw extravagance of it. When he was very quiet, it was because something had happened that went beyond the register of normal emotion. "How long?" he said. "Since he was 1 year old." She kept her voice level. "He's 11 now." There was a silence that lasted exactly long enough for her to understand that her father was standing in his study, in the dark, doing the thing he did when he was genuinely moved, the stillness before he decided what to do. "Tell your mother," he said. "Yes. We'll fly in the morning." "There's also the matter of who placed him there," Wednesday said. She'd done more research in the car while Harry dozed against the window for an hour with the trust of a child who was too tired to be cautious. His parents were magical. "There's a whole," she chose her words with precision, "infrastructure. A school. A governing body. Someone made the decision to put him with those people specifically. It wasn't random, Papa. There were letters. There were wards. Someone did this deliberately." Another silence. Then, with a quality in his voice that was warm and very dangerous, "Do you know who?" "I have a name," Wednesday said. "I need to verify it." "Get me the name," Gomez Addams said, "and I'll get you a case." Morticia Addams arrived in Surrey the following morning wearing black silk and an expression that Tuesday's English teacher would have described as composed, which in this context meant containing a very large amount of very cold fury behind a beautiful, impassive face. She walked into the hotel room. She saw Harry Potter, who was sitting at the desk in the clothes Wednesday had bought him the previous evening because she'd been unable to tolerate the oversized Dudley hand-me-downs for another 12 hours, reading his library book with the careful attention of someone who had long used books as shelter. He looked up. He saw Morticia Addams. Morticia looked at him for a long moment. Harry looked back. He had, Wednesday noted, stopped showing that flinch before you-know-what-it-is response that most people displayed when confronted with her mother. He was just looking at her with those serious green eyes. "You have Lily's eyes," Morticia said. Her voice was its usual cool contralto, but there was something under it. "She would have been my cousin, if we had known each other. I am sorry we did not." She extended a hand, very formally. "I am Morticia Addams." Harry shook it. "Harry Potter," he said. Then, after a brief consideration, ma'am. "Sorry. Morticia," she said. "Or Aunt Morticia, if you prefer." Something crossed her face that was absolutely genuine. "Though I should warn you that Aunt carries some complicated associations in this family just now." Harry almost smiled. It was a thin, careful thing, barely there, the smile of someone who has learned to be stingy with happiness, but it was real, and Morticia saw it and something in her expression resolved, the way a decision resolves when you stop deliberating and simply commit. She turned to Wednesday. "Tell me everything," she said, and sat down, and Wednesday told her. Gomez arrived 2 hours later with Thing and a briefcase and Fester, who'd come along for reasons he refused to explain but which involved the words moral support and portable arc welder in a combination that nobody questioned because questioning Fester about his methods was a path that led nowhere good. He came into the hotel room and looked at Harry and pumped the boy's hand with both of his own and said, "Splendid. Wonderful. You've got the look of someone who's survived something dreadful. That's character, my boy, that's real character." Harry looked startled. Gomez beamed at him. Morticia rested her hand on Gomez's arm, which was her method of communicating "not yet, darling," and Gomez modulated his enthusiasm slightly without losing any of its essential quality. "Papa," Wednesday said. "The name is Dumbledore. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, chief warlock of the Wizengamot, and supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards." She said all 4 titles in the tone she used for things that were meant to impress her. He placed Harry with the Dursleys personally. "I've found 2 witnesses, magical individuals who remember him doing it. He wrote a letter. He left it with the child. Is the letter? I photographed it, Wednesday said. It's in Petunia's folder. She kept it. She paused. Sentimentality, possibly. Or insurance. Either way. Gomez opened the briefcase. He took out a legal pad. He uncapped a fountain pen. He kept 7 of them, always, and he sat down at the hotel's small table with the focused energy of a man who had just been handed something he was going to enjoy enormously. Tell me about the ward structure, he said. Blood wards, you said? Blood-based protection magic, Wednesday confirmed. He used the sacrifice, Harry's mother's sacrifice, to anchor wards to the location of her living blood relative. Petunia Dursley. She sat down across from her father. The wards required Harry to live there. Call it home. Every year. She let that land. He made the misery the mechanism. Harry couldn't be protected anywhere else because the wards were specifically designed to require that house and those people. The hotel room was quiet. Outside, Surrey continued its aggressively pedestrian January. Harry, from the desk, said, "That's what the letter said." They all looked at him. He had turned around in his chair and was watching them with the library book still in his hands, but he hadn't been reading it. He'd been listening. The letter that Petunia kept. I read it once. She caught me in. He stopped, reorganized, continued, but I read it. It said I had to come back every summer. It said the blood was important. It said I was safe there. He said the word safe with the careful flatness of someone who has a very specific and very private relationship with irony. Gomez looked at his daughter. Then at his wife. Then back at his daughter. Wednesday, he said, with great precision, how do we litigate in the Wisengamot? You need a licensed magical advocate, Wednesday said. I've already found one. Her name is Griselda Marchbanks and she is 89 years old. She once failed Dumbledore in his Transfiguration OWL, and she has held a grudge about his subsequent career for approximately 60 years. Wednesday held his gaze. I contacted her this morning. She said, and I'm quoting, about bloody time someone came after that insufferable man properly. Gomez made the sound he made when something particularly delightful happened. It was somewhere between a laugh and a declaration of intent. And the Muggle case? Neglect and child cruelty, Wednesday said. The documentation is solid. The bruise on his arm, the malnutrition records from his primary school, the cupboard itself, I have photographs. She'd taken them before they left, quickly and without ceremony, because evidence didn't care about your feelings. The Dursleys will plead ignorance and probably get a suspended sentence, but we don't actually need them convicted. We need the record to show what this house was so that the Wisengamot can't pretend the wards justified it. Gomez was writing rapidly. Morticia had produced, from somewhere, a glass of red wine that had not been in the room a moment ago, and she was sitting with it and looking at nothing with the expression of a person composing something internally. And guardianship, Wednesday said. I'll petition immediately, Gomez said. No, Wednesday said. Gomez looked up. I will, Wednesday said. She had thought about this in the car, in the hotel, in the 16 hours since she'd opened a cupboard door and found a child who had named his spiders. I'm 17. I'm legally an adult in this jurisdiction under the terms of the Addams Family Trust Charter. I have the income, the accommodations, and the documented relationship. She held her father's eyes. I want to be his guardian. Harry, at the desk, had gone very still. Wednesday, Gomez started. I found him, Papa, Wednesday said, which was not a sentimental argument. It was a property argument, framed in Addams family logic, and Gomez recognized it immediately. She'd found Harry. In the family's understanding of things, that meant something. He needs someone who isn't going to be what they were. He needs someone who knows what it is to be called strange and wrong and dangerous and not care. She paused. I know what that is. Harry was looking at her. She met his eyes briefly, not warmly, she was not warm, but directly, which was what she had to offer. Morticia said, very softly, Gomez. Gomez looked at his wife. She was looking at Wednesday. After a moment, he put down his pen. The petition will name you as primary guardian, he said, with your mother and I as secondary guardians in your absence. He picked the pen back up. And we sue Dumbledore for every indignity and every statute and every precedent I can find, which will be many, because I have been waiting for a case this interesting for years. Fester, from the corner where he'd been sitting eating something from a paper bag, pumped his fist. Harry Potter sat at the desk in the hotel room in Surrey and looked at this family, this strange, dark, entirely real family, and something in his face that had been held very tight since Wednesday had pulled him out of a cupboard and said, pack your things, finally released. Not dramatically. Just quietly, like a breath let out after being held too long. Wednesday saw it. She looked away, because it wasn't something that needed to be witnessed. Right, Gomez said, writing. Let's build a case. They spent 3 days in Surrey. Wednesday could have left sooner, but she was thorough and she wanted everything: the neighbor's incident report, a statement from Harry's primary school teacher who turned out to be a small fierce woman named Mrs. Figg, who lived 2 streets over and had been watching Harry for years under instructions from someone, and who, when Wednesday sat across from her in her cat-filled living room and put the question directly, went pale and then red and then started talking in a way that suggested she had been wanting to talk to someone for a very long time. Arabella Figg was a squib, a person of magical heritage with no magic of her own, and she had been placed in the neighborhood as a watcher. She had filed reports. She had reported what she'd seen. She had been told it was necessary. She had not, she said, with an expression of old and specific guilt, pushed back as hard as she should have. Wednesday recorded the whole conversation on her phone. She thanked Mrs. Figg, declined a cup of tea, and walked home through Surrey's grey streets with the kind of face that made 2 passing joggers cross the road. Harry was at the hotel with Morticia when she returned. They were sitting at the small table and Morticia was teaching him to play chess, not wizard's chess, just regular chess, which Harry was picking up with the kind of quick pattern recognition that Wednesday had expected to find and confirmed without surprise. Morticia was explaining the Queen's movement with the soft precision she used for everything she cared about. She can go anywhere, Harry said, watching the board. Yes, Morticia said. She is the most powerful piece on the board. Why does the king only move 1 square at a time? Because he is too important to risk, Morticia said, with a slight smile that suggested she had opinions about this dynamic. Harry considered this. That seems like it could be used against him. It can, Morticia said. It's called a discovered attack. You move another piece, and suddenly the king is exposed. She moved the bishop. The most dangerous threats are the ones that aren't aimed directly at the target. Wednesday put her recording equipment on the bed and said, Mrs. Figg will testify. Good, Morticia said, without looking up from the board. Harry looked at Wednesday. He'd been doing this periodically, checking where she was, the way someone does when they don't quite trust that good things stay. She'd noticed it and said nothing about it because drawing attention to it would make it worse, and because she understood it. You don't stop doing a thing just because someone tells you to. You stop when enough time passes without the bad thing happening. How are you doing? She asked him. He blinked. The question seemed to catch him wrong. Fine, he said, in the automatic way of someone who has answered fine so many times it's lost all meaning. Wednesday pulled up a chair. I'm not asking socially, she said. I'm asking strategically. You're the center of this case. You'll be called to testify. I want to know your actual state. Harry looked at the chess board. He moved a pawn. I don't know yet, he said, which was a much more honest answer and she respected it considerably. Fair, she said. You have time. Does he know you're coming? Harry said. Dumbledore? Not yet, Wednesday said. He'll know when the papers are filed. Which will be, she looked at her watch, Monday morning. Harry was quiet for a moment. Then, is he bad? Like, actually bad? Or is he hesitated. Sometimes people do bad things and they don't think they're being bad. They think they're doing the right thing. Wednesday looked at him. What makes you ask that? The letter, Harry said. The one he left. It didn't sound like someone who knew it was wrong. He looked up. That's almost worse, isn't it? Wednesday Addams looked at this 11-year-old boy who had spent a decade in a cupboard and was already thinking about the moral architecture of the people who put him there, and she felt something she rarely felt, genuine respect. Yes, she said. It is considerably worse. She paused. But it doesn't change what we're doing. No, Harry agreed. It doesn't. Outside, Surrey was grey and cold and absolutely ordinary in the way that made extraordinary things more visible by contrast. In the hotel room, Morticia moved the queen across the board in a single clean diagonal and said, softly, check. Harry studied the board. He found the escape. He moved the king. Good, Morticia said. You learn quickly. I had to, Harry said, simply, and didn't seem to notice how much he'd just said. Morticia looked at her daughter over Harry's head. Wednesday looked back. Nothing passed between them that required words, they were past that, had been past that for years, and whatever the look contained was enough. Wednesday picked up her phone and started reviewing Mrs. Figg's testimony. On Saturday morning, Gomez filed a petition for emergency guardianship in Surrey Family Court. On Saturday afternoon, he filed a preliminary complaint with the Wisengamot through Griselda Marchbanks, citing 12 separate violations of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery, for violations of the International Statute of Secrecy as applied to child welfare, and one very esoteric precedent from 1743 that Marchbanks had apparently been waiting to deploy for several decades and had modified slightly to fit the facts like a key that had been made for this specific lock. On Sunday, Harry Potter slept in a bed, a real one, with a real pillow, in a room without a latch on the outside of the door, and slept, Wednesday knew, because she heard nothing from his room all night, without once waking up to check if the door was going to open. On Monday, Albus Dumbledore received formal notice of proceedings. By Tuesday, it was in the news. Chapter 2, Proceedings. The Owl arrived at Hogwarts on Monday at 9:30 in the morning, during a staff meeting that Dumbledore had called specifically to discuss the upcoming term's curriculum adjustments, which meant that approximately 14 people watched him open it. He read the letter twice. His expression didn't change significantly. Dumbledore had spent decades cultivating an expression that could absorb almost any information without visible disruption, but Minerva McGonagall, who had known him for 40 years and watched his face the way sailors watch barometers, saw something move behind his eyes. Not guilt. Something more complicated than guilt. The look of a man who has been certain about something for a very long time and has just been told, with legal formatting and a solicitor's letterhead, that certainty is not the same as correctness. Everything all right, Albus? Pomona Sprout asked. Quite, Dumbledore said. He folded the letter. He put it in his pocket. He resumed the meeting. Minerva watched him for the rest of the hour, and what she saw in his posture and his pauses and the slight over-deliberateness of his engagement with the curriculum discussion was a man doing rapid arithmetic. Not panicking. Calculating. She did not find this reassuring. After the meeting, she went to find Severus Snape. The news hit the magical press on Tuesday morning and the Muggle press on Tuesday afternoon, and the sequencing was important because it meant the wizarding world got approximately 6 hours to react before the story became visible to anyone with a television or a copy of the Surrey Herald, which had been tipped off by a source that nobody in the Wisengamot had managed to identify but that several people privately suspected was a disembodied hand with a fax machine. The Daily Prophet ran it on page 1 under the headline, Potter Boy Removed from Guardian Home, Mysterious American Family Files Suit Against Dumbledore. The Surrey Herald ran it under, Local Family Subject of Custody Dispute Over Orphan Nephew. The Daily Prophet's article was longer, but the Surrey Herald's was more damaging, because it contained the phrase sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs in the third paragraph, source to unnamed council records, and this phrase, plain and Anglo-Saxon and impossible to euphemize, did something to public opinion that no amount of official commentary could undo. People could be persuaded that extraordinary circumstances required extraordinary measures. People could be talked out of discomfort by a sufficiently authoritative voice explaining necessity. People could not, it turned out, get past cupboard under the stairs. Those 4 words sat in the national consciousness like a splinter. Wednesday read both articles over breakfast in the hotel dining room. Harry was across from her, eating toast with the focused attention he gave to food, reading the Surrey Herald piece over her shoulder because she'd handed it to him without comment. She believed in information. She didn't believe in managing information to make it easier to receive. He read it. He ate his toast. He said, they spelled my name wrong in the third paragraph. Daily Prophet 2, Wednesday said. How many people are going to know about this? In the magical world? Everyone with a subscription, which is most of them. She turned a page. In the Muggle world, it'll stay local unless a national paper picks it up. Our solicitor is working to keep the Muggle case sealed. It involves a minor, so there are protections, but the Prophet doesn't have those constraints. Harry absorbed this. So the whole wizarding world knows I was in a cupboard. Yes. He was quiet for a moment. Wednesday let the quiet be what it was rather than filling it. Good, Harry said, finally. She looked at him. I mean, he pushed his glasses up, if everyone knows, then he can't just fix it quietly and pretend it didn't happen. Can he? No, Wednesday said. He cannot. She looked at him steadily. That was, in part, strategic. Harry blinked. You meant for it to get out. I didn't prevent it from getting out, she said, which was a precise distinction and he heard it as such. He looked at the paper again. He looked at his own name in print, misspelled, but there. Wednesday, he said. Yes. I've never had anyone, he stopped. Started again. No one ever, he stopped again, and this time he seemed frustrated with himself, the frustration of someone who has the feeling exactly right but lacks the vocabulary because you only develop vocabulary for things you've experienced. You don't need to finish the sentence, Wednesday said. He looked up. I know what it is, she said. Not warmly, warmth wasn't really her instrument, but directly, the way she did everything. It's fine. Harry nodded. He went back to his toast. Thing appeared from Wednesday's jacket pocket and signed something brief. Wednesday read it. A very slight smile crossed her face, there and gone. He says your glasses need fixing, she told Harry. Properly fixing, not tape. Oh. Harry touched the taped crack self-consciously. I didn't really have, Aunt Petunia never, this afternoon, Wednesday said. Opticians. Right, Harry said. And then, carefully, like someone testing ice, thank you. Stop thanking me, Wednesday said. It's a waste of time. Just eat your breakfast. He ate his breakfast. But he was almost smiling, and Wednesday, looking at her newspaper, was almost smiling too, and neither of them said anything about it. Griselda Marchbanks was 89 years old and looked approximately 140, which was to say she looked exactly her age in a world where most witches her age looked 60, and she wore this with the specific defiance of someone who had earned every line and intended to get full value from them. She had white hair pinned in a style that had not been fashionable since 1963 and showed no signs of updating its position on this, and she wore robes of dark green that were impeccably cut and faintly terrifying the way all truly good tailoring is slightly terrifying on someone who knows exactly what they're doing. She met the Addams family in a conference room in the Leaky Cauldron on Tuesday afternoon, because using the Wisengamot's own facilities would have been premature and also strategically poor, and Griselda Marchbanks had not survived 60 years of magical jurisprudence by making strategically poor choices. She looked at Gomez. She looked at Morticia. She looked at Wednesday. She looked at Harry, who was sitting slightly apart from the others at the end of the table with his new glasses. The optician had managed to look at a child with a broken, tape-repaired pair and a guardian who clearly expected them fixed today and had, to his credit, done exactly that, and she said, "So you're the Potter boy?" "Yes," Harry said. "You look like your father," she said. "About the hair. Your mother was smarter." Harry stared at her. "You knew them?" "I examined them both," she said. OWLS and NEWTS, decades ago. I examine everyone eventually." She looked at Gomez. "Mr. Addams. I have reviewed your preliminary filing and I want to say, first, that it is the most creative legal document I have read in 20 years, and I have read some extraordinary legal documents." "You're too kind," Gomez said, radiating the specific warmth of a man who has just received the exact compliment he was hoping for. "I am not kind," Marchbanks said. "I am accurate." She spread papers across the table. "Your filing cites the 1743 cantankerous precedent, which I have been waiting to see properly deployed since 1987 when it became relevant in the Longbottom guardianship case and nobody had the spine to use it. It establishes that a magical guardian who places a ward of magical heritage with a non-magical household without quarterly review, documented informed consent from the minor's designated blood representatives, and a full accounting to the Wisengamot, is in breach of the Magical Minors Protection Act." She looked at the papers. Dumbledore, of course, circumvented this by getting himself named Magical Guardian of Record for the Potter estate simultaneously with placing the boy with the Dursleys, which is a rather elegant conflict of interest. "Named himself Guardian," Wednesday said. "And then placed himself, as that guardian, in a position where he never had to review his own decision." "Precisely." Marchbanks looked at her with something like approval. "Clever girl." "I know," Wednesday said, without any trace of false modesty. Marchbanks almost smiled. "The case has 3 pillars," she continued. "First, the illegal guardianship arrangement. Dumbledore appointed himself without challenge because he waited until the night of the Potter's death to move, when everyone was in chaos and nobody was looking at paperwork." She tapped the first set of documents. "Second, the welfare violations. The Muggle case will establish the factual record of the boy's living conditions, and we use that record in the Wisengamot to show that Dumbledore's wards did not, in fact, protect Harry Potter. They simply kept him in a specific geographic location while he was harmed." She tapped the second set. "Third, and most interesting to me personally, the blood ward structure itself." She looked at Harry. "May I explain this to you directly? It involves your mother." Harry nodded carefully. "Your mother's sacrifice created a protection," Marchbanks said. "A genuine, powerful, extraordinary protection. Dumbledore did not create that protection. He anchored it to Petunia Dursley's blood and to that address. He chose to anchor it there rather than to any number of safer and more suitable alternatives. The Potter family vault has a residential property in Wales, for instance, that has been warded for generations and would have served perfectly well." She paused. "He chose the Dursleys because they were not magical. Because the boy would grow up without knowledge of his heritage, without allies, without power of his own, and would arrive at Hogwarts at 11 as a blank slate." She said the last 3 words with old and specific contempt. "Dependent. Grateful. Pliable." The conference room was very quiet. Harry sat with this for a moment. He had the expression Wednesday had come to recognize, the one where he was absorbing something unpleasant with more composure than most adults could have managed. "He wanted me not to know anything," Harry said. "He wanted you controllable," Marchbanks said, without any softening. "I am 89 years old and I have no interest in euphemism. Neither do I, Harry said. Marchbanks looked at him for a long moment. Then she looked at Wednesday. You've been good for him, she said. I've been honest with him, Wednesday said. Same thing. Gomez leaned forward. Marchbanks. What's our exposure? Dumbledore will argue necessity, she said immediately. He'll argue that the threat from Voldemort's remaining supporters, several people at the table made involuntary reactions to the name that Marchbanks ignored completely, required that the boy be hidden and protected by the strongest available magic, and that his personal discomfort was a regrettable but unavoidable consequence. She looked at her papers. He will be compelling. He is always compelling. He has spent 60 years building an institution of trust and authority, and most of the Wisengamot will not want to believe that he is wrong because it requires them to also believe that they were complicit in not asking questions for 10 years. Institutions protect themselves, Morticia said. It was the first thing she'd said in the meeting, and it landed with the quiet authority of something that didn't need to be said loudly. Yes, Marchbanks said. So we do not attack the institution. We present facts. We establish record. We make the Wisengamot do the one thing they are least comfortable doing. She paused, look directly at what was done and call it what it was. And the guardianship? Wednesday said. I will file the formal petition today. Given the Muggle case running parallel and the public record already established by the Prophet, I expect an emergency hearing within the week. She looked at Wednesday over her papers. You're confident in your eligibility? I'm 17, legally an adult under the Addams Family Trust Charter, which predates the relevant statutes and has been upheld in 2 European courts. I have an income of my own through the family trust, more than sufficient. I have appropriate accommodation. I have a documented blood relationship to Harry through his maternal grandmother's sister. And I have no criminal record in any jurisdiction that currently extradites. Wednesday looked back steadily. Yes. I'm confident. Marchbanks looked at her for a long moment. Then, I like you enormously, she said. I find you acceptable, Wednesday said. It was, from her, considerable praise. The Wisengamot session for the guardianship hearing was set for Friday. In the meantime, the Daily Prophet ran 3 follow-up pieces, each more breathless than the last, and Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic, a man who wore his anxiety in his hat, which was always slightly crooked in proportion to his stress level, called a press conference to say that the ministry was monitoring the situation and that the welfare of Harry Potter had always been of paramount concern, which had the unintended effect of reminding everyone that it apparently hadn't been concerning enough for anyone to check on in 10 years. His hat was at a 45-degree angle throughout. Wednesday watched the press conference on the Leaky Cauldron's television set, which the proprietor claimed didn't work and which Wednesday had fixed in under 4 minutes the first day, and then went back to her notes without comment. Harry watched it next to her. He watched Fudge's face, the nervous performance of authority, the careful overemphasis on the word paramount. He's scared, Harry said. Of what? Of this whole thing. Harry gestured at the television. Of it being bigger than he can manage. It is bigger than he can manage, Wednesday said. That's not relevant. What's relevant is whether it's bigger than we can manage. Is it? Wednesday looked at him. No. He seemed to find this settling, which was the point. Gomez, meanwhile, was in his element. He'd taken a suite at the Leaky Cauldron, the largest available, which was still slightly too small for the amount of paper he generated, and had covered every available surface with legal documents, cross-references, precedent citations, and one large chart that had started as a timeline and had evolved into something more closely resembling a military campaign map. He was on the phone to 4 different solicitors in 4 different countries simultaneously, via a complicated arrangement involving 2 phones, a speakerphone, and Thing, who was managing the speakerphone with an efficiency that the Wisengamot's own clerks could have learned from. He was happy. Genuinely, thoroughly happy, in the way that Gomez Addams was happy when doing something he was genuinely brilliant at in defense of someone he genuinely loved. It radiated off him. The leaky cauldron's other guests gave his suite a wide berth not because he was frightening, which he was, in certain lights, but because there was so much concentrated energy coming from behind that door that proximity to it felt slightly electric. Morticia spent the days differently. She was the one who was actually with Harry most of the time, with the quiet persistence of someone who understands that presence is the first language of care. She taught him chess and he taught himself 2 more moves by Friday. She told him things about his mother, not much, she didn't have much, but the things she'd found in the genealogical records, the things that Petunia's own records had incidentally preserved, that Lily Evans had been the best student of her year, that she'd had red hair, that she had written a letter to her sister when she was 9 that Petunia had kept, creased and recreased, in the bottom of the same folder that held Harry's birth certificate. Wednesday had photographed that letter too. She'd given Morticia the photograph. Morticia read it alone, in her room, and Wednesday didn't ask about it, and when she came out of the room her eyes were slightly brighter than usual and she went and sat with Harry and taught him 2 more chess moves and didn't say anything about Lily Evans. On Thursday evening, Dumbledore's formal response to the suit was delivered by Ministry Owl to Marchbank's office. Marchbank sent Wednesday a copy at 11 p.m. Wednesday read it in bed, with Thing holding a lamp because the hotel's bedside light was inadequate. It was exactly what Marchbanks had predicted. Necessity. Threat. Protection. The weight of terrible choices made in terrible circumstances. The suggestion, phrased with great elegance, that those without the full context of the war against Voldemort could not fairly judge the decisions made in its immediate aftermath. An expression of regret, genuine sounding, which was the part that required the most careful reading, for any suffering Harry had experienced, followed immediately by the argument that this suffering, such as it was, had served the greater purpose of keeping him alive. Wednesday put the document down. She looked at the ceiling. The thing about Dumbledore's response was that it was not wrong in every particular. The threat had been real. The protection had been necessary. The war had been extraordinary and the decisions made in its shadow couldn't be judged purely by peacetime standards. What it was incomplete. It established that extraordinary circumstances existed without establishing that those circumstances required this specific solution. It argued that the ends, Harry alive, justified the means, Harry in a cupboard, without ever engaging with the question of whether the means were, in fact, the only available ones. It was the argument of a man who had made a decision, seen it produce the desired outcome, and was now pointing at the outcome as proof that the decision was correct. Which was backwards. Which was the oldest logical error in the history of human justification. Wednesday made a note. Then she turned off the lamp and told Thing to go to sleep, and lay in the dark thinking about the nature of arguments that were confident without being right. In the morning, she brought her note to Marchbanks. The Wisengamot chamber was underground, a circular, tiered room of dark stone with a gallery above and a floor below and the kind of air that had absorbed a great deal of history and was quite heavy with it. Wednesday had read about it. Seeing it was something else. She walked in behind Marchbanks and Gomez and felt, just briefly, the strangeness of being a non-magical person in a room built entirely for magic, and then pushed the feeling aside because it wasn't useful. Harry was with Morticia in the gallery above, which was the arrangement Wednesday had insisted on. He was a minor. He would speak when Marchbanks called him and not before, and until then he was going to sit somewhere elevated where he could see everything and not be seen examining it. Strategic positioning. He'd understood when she explained it. The chamber filled with witches and wizards in purple robes, most of whom looked at the Addams family with varying combinations of confusion, interest, and the specific unease of people who are in their own territory and have nonetheless identified something unfamiliar enough to be unsure about. Gomez was wearing a perfectly tailored pinstripe suit in deep charcoal and radiating the energy of a man who has waited a very long time for exactly this moment. Morticia was in black silk and unreadable. Wednesday was in her customary black dress and had her legal pad and her phone and the expression she wore when she was paying very close attention to everything simultaneously. Dumbledore arrived and the room shifted. He was physically striking, tall, with a white beard that reached his chest and half-moon spectacles and robes of deep blue that managed to be both formal and slightly theatrical, as if their wearer was always slightly aware of being observed. He looked like someone had designed a wizard, the way certain people look like someone had designed a patriarch or a judge. He carried it naturally, which meant he'd been carrying it long enough to forget it was a performance. He looked at the Addams family. He looked at Wednesday specifically, for a brief moment, with the calm, measuring look of someone cataloging an opponent, and Wednesday looked back with no expression at all. He took his seat at the far end of the chamber with the slight deference of a man who is accustomed to being the most important person in a room and is temporarily subordinating that position to process. It was graceful. It was, Wednesday noted, calculated to be graceful. Chief Warlock Tiberius Ogden called the session to order. He was a compact man with a careful manner and the particular expression of someone who had been dreading this session all week and was committed to getting through it with minimum damage to everyone. He read the formal charges from Marchbank's filing with the flat voice of legal neutrality, and the chamber listened, and when he finished the list there was a silence that had texture to it, the silence of people recalibrating. Then Marchbank stood up. She was 89 years old and she stood up the way a cathedral stands, without apology and with the suggestion that it has been here considerably longer than you and expects to remain after you've gone. She looked at the chamber. She looked at Dumbledore. She looked at no one in particular for a moment, which was how she began every significant legal argument she'd ever made, because it established that she was speaking to the room and not to any individual in it. Members of the Wisengamot, she said. This case is not complicated. It has been made complicated, by the intervention of extraordinary circumstances and the personality of an extraordinary man, but in its essence it is very simple. She let that settle. A child was orphaned. He had living blood relatives on both sides of his family. He had a designated guardian in his parents' will, Frank Longbottom, as the Wisengamot's own sealed records will confirm, though they appear to have been overlooked in the chaos of November 1981. She paused. He had a family property in Wales warded for centuries. He had a vault containing more than sufficient resources for his care. He had no known enemies within the civilian population, given that the individual responsible for his parents' deaths had been effectively destroyed. She paused again. And yet he was placed, on the authority of one man acting unilaterally and without Wisengamot review, with a non-magical family in a non-magical suburb, without so much as a quarterly welfare check for 10 years. She held the silence for exactly 3 seconds. We are here to ask why. And to ensure that why is answered honestly. Ogden looked at Dumbledore's advocate, a ministry lawyer named Thistlewick who was sweating lightly and had the expression of someone who had prepared a very good brief and was now worried it wasn't going to be enough. Mr. Thistlewick. The floor is yours. Thistlewick stood. He was professional. His argument was competent. He laid out the threat context, the war's aftermath, the genuine danger from Death Eaters and Voldemort sympathizers, the logic of the Blood Wards, the decision made under extraordinary pressure on an extraordinary night. He was calm and clear and Wednesday listened to every word and took notes in her precise, small handwriting and waited. When he was done, Marchbanks said, I have 3 questions, and I ask that each be answered before I proceed to the next. Ogden nodded. First, Marchbanks said. The Potter's will. Did Albus Dumbledore read it before placing Harry Potter with the Dursleys? Thistlewick looked at his notes. The will was in the process of being formally probated. That is not an answer to my question, Marchbanks said pleasantly. Did Dumbledore read it? A pause. I am not certain of the precise, Marchbanks said. He did not read it. Because the will was sealed, by his own order, and not opened for probate until 6 months after the fact, by which time the placement was already made. She looked at the chamber. He placed Harry Potter with the Dursleys without knowing that Frank Longbottom was the designated guardian. Without knowing, therefore, that he was overriding the expressed wishes of Harry Potter's parents. She moved on without letting that settle too long. Second question. The blood ward structure requires, by its own magical logic, that Harry Potter reside with his aunt and consider that house his home. She held up the ward specifications that her own cursebreaker had extracted from the relevant magical theory texts. Can you explain to the Wisengamot what mechanisms were in place to ensure that a child living under those wards, a child who had no choice about living there, could have any meaningful subjective experience of that house as a home given what we now know about his living conditions? Thistlewick said nothing. He had nothing to say. Third question, Marchbanks said. And I'd like Dumbledore himself to answer this one, if the warlock permits. Ogden hesitated. Then nodded. Everyone in the chamber looked at Dumbledore. He looked at Marchbanks. His expression was composed and genuine, which was what made him the most interesting subject in the room. Is it your belief, Marchbanks said, that if the war had gone differently, if Voldemort had not been destroyed, if the threat had remained active, that Harry Potter's living conditions would have been reviewed regardless? Or is it your belief that the necessity of the blood wards would have justified his remaining in that house for the full 17 years until he was of age? The chamber was completely still. Dumbledore looked at Marchbanks for a long moment. Then he looked at Harry in the gallery, briefly, just once, and Harry looked back. And Dumbledore said, in a quiet, precise voice that showed none of the rehearsed regret of Thistlewick's argument, I believe the protection necessary. I believe the sacrifice worth making. His sacrifice, Marchbanks said softly. Not yours. Dumbledore looked at her. Yes, he said. His. The chamber absorbed this. Wednesday was writing. She wrote the exact quote and the exact pause before it and the exact tone, because she was going to put it in the written record and she wanted it accurate. She looked up and found Dumbledore's eyes on her, curious, measuring, with something in them that she recognized as intelligence and found she would have respected in different circumstances. He looked at her the way people looked at Wednesday Addams when they'd initially dismissed her and then realized, too late in the conversation, that they shouldn't have. She held his gaze. How old are you? He said. It wasn't on the record. It was direct, personal, the question of a man who is genuinely curious. 17, Wednesday said. He seemed to consider this. You remind me, he said, of someone I used to know. I remind myself, Wednesday said, of no one. He almost smiled. It was the most honest expression he'd worn all morning. No, he said. I don't imagine you do. Ogden called the session back to order and Wednesday went back to her notes, and the hearing continued for another 3 hours, at the end of which Ogden called a recess and said the chamber would deliberate on the guardianship petition before the full suit proceeded to hearing. They had the decision by 5 o'clock. Marchbanks read it in the corridor outside the chamber with Gomez and Wednesday on either side of her and Morticia behind, and Harry slightly apart, with the careful distance of someone who has learned not to stand too close to good things in case they change. Marchbanks read it. Her expression didn't move. When she finished she folded the parchment and looked at Wednesday. Guardianship granted, she said. Provisional, pending the full welfare assessment, but granted effective immediately. Gomez made a sound that was not quite a word but contained all the energy of a very long speech compressed into a single syllable. Morticia closed her eyes for one moment. Just one. Wednesday turned and looked at Harry. He was watching her, with those managed green eyes, waiting with the practiced patience of someone who knew how to wait without showing what the waiting cost. Harry, she said. Yeah, he said. As if he knew. It's done. He looked at her. He looked at Gomez, who was already pulling Morticia into a theatrical embrace and saying things in rapid Spanish. He looked at Marchbanks, who was folding the parchment with professional precision. He looked at Wednesday again. Okay, he said. Something in his jaw released, a small thing, barely visible. Okay. We still have the full suit, Wednesday said. This isn't the end of it. I know. He adjusted his new glasses. They sat properly on his face now, both lenses intact, properly fitted. It was a small thing. It changed how he looked, not dramatically, but in the specific way that things look different when they fit. But this part is done. This part is done, Wednesday agreed. He nodded. He seemed to be deciding something. Then, Wednesday. Yes. He looked at her with something that wasn't quite gratitude, because she'd told him to stop thanking her, and he'd listened, and wasn't quite friendship, not yet. Something more provisional and more important, trust. The early kind. The kind that doesn't say I trust you out loud because saying it out loud means risking that you're wrong. I'm glad you came to Surrey, he said. I know, Wednesday said. Not warmly. Not coldly. Directly, which was the only way she knew to say anything that actually mattered. I'm glad I found you. Down the corridor, Gomez's celebration had escalated to the point where Thing was juggling something and Fester, who had appeared from a side corridor with impeccable timing, was attempting a handstand. Several Wisengamot members were watching from a safe distance with expressions that contained equal parts bewilderment and reluctant entertainment. Marchbanks looked at all of this. Your family, she said to Wednesday, is extraordinary. Yes, Wednesday said. We are. She looked at Harry. Come on. My father will want to celebrate, and if we're not there to moderate it, he will attempt to rent a fireworks display. Harry looked at Gomez's direction. Would he actually? He once hired a full orchestra for a Tuesday, Wednesday said, walking. Don't underestimate him. Harry followed her down the corridor, and for the first time since she'd opened a cupboard door in Surrey and said pack your things, he was walking without checking over his shoulder. Chapter 3, Orientation. The Hogwarts letter arrived on a Thursday morning in late July, delivered not by owl but by 6 owls simultaneously, which Fester said was because the castle had been trying to reach Harry for years and had built up a backlog. Wednesday thought this was probably not how magical postal systems worked but didn't have enough information to rule it out entirely, which was an uncomfortable position to be in. Harry had been living at the Addams estate for 6 months by then. Not in the main house. The main house was a particular kind of experience that required gradual acclimatization even for people raised in it, but in the East Wing guest suite, which had its own entrance and its own small sitting room and a window that looked out over the family cemetery, which Harry had apparently found not disturbing but quietly pleasant, the way some people find rain pleasant. Wednesday had revised her assessment of him upward based on this. He'd filled out some in 6 months. Not dramatically, he was still slight, still smaller than average, but the particular thinness of someone not eating enough had resolved into something closer to just being a lean kid. He'd grown an inch. He'd read approximately 40 books from the library, which covered everything from medieval history to advanced chemistry to one very obscure Victorian novel about a woman who communicated exclusively through topiary, which he'd seemed to genuinely enjoy and which had surprised Wednesday enough that she'd read it herself afterward. He still woke up sometimes at night, she knew because she woke at unusual sounds automatically and had catalogued the pattern without comment, but less often. He'd learned things signing vocabulary to a level of functional fluency in 3 weeks, which had delighted Thing so thoroughly that the hand had taken to following Harry around the house like a very enthusiastic pet. He'd learned to fence from Gomez, not well, but with genuine effort and an instinct for footwork that Gomez said was excellent, and Wednesday, watching from the doorway, agreed was not nothing. He'd learned that when Fester said this won't explode, the variable being managed was the definition of this and not the definition of explode. He'd learned, gradually, that nobody in this house was going to come into his room without knocking, or make him do labor without asking, or take something of his without returning it, or make him feel like his presence was an imposition that had to be constantly justified. That last one had taken the longest. She'd watched it happen incrementally. The first time Morticia asked if he wanted more at dinner and he'd said yes without first looking to see whether there was enough. The first time he'd left a book on the sitting room table instead of returning it immediately to his room. The first time he'd been in the middle of something and Gomez had asked if he wanted to come join a game of some kind and Harry had said, "I'm okay here," actually, without any of the performed gratitude that had been his first register for every interaction. Small things. They accumulated. He opened the letter, the first one, before Fester could open the other 5 for reasons he claimed were investigative, and read it, and looked up at Wednesday with an expression she'd learned to read as several things happening simultaneously. "Magic school," he said. "Hogwarts, yes," Wednesday said. She was eating breakfast across from him with her coffee and a research paper on blood magic theory that she'd been working through. "We've been expecting it." "You've been expecting it," Harry said. "I wasn't sure it was real until," he looked at the letter, "until now, actually." "The magic has always been real," Wednesday said. "You levitated 3 books in April." "That was," he waved a hand, "I thought maybe I was hallucinating." "You weren't." "I know that now." He read the letter again. September 1st. King's Cross Station. Platform 9 3/4. He paused. "That's not a real platform." "It is," Wednesday said. "Magically concealed." He looked at her. "Have you been there?" "Not yet," she said. "I've read the documentation." He set the letter down and looked at the ceiling with the expression of someone reorganizing their understanding of the world from first principles, which he'd had cause to do fairly often in the last 6 months. Then he looked back at Wednesday. "You're coming," he said. It wasn't quite a question. "Of course," Wednesday said. "To London?" "To King's Cross. To platform 9 3/4. She turned a page of her paper. "To Hogwarts." Harry blinked. "Can you do that?" "I am his legal guardian," Wednesday said, "and I am specifically enrolling him in a school I have never seen and whose curriculum I have reviewed in outline only, having been given approximately 6 weeks access to relevant documentation by Marchbanks, and whose headmaster is currently the primary defendant in our ongoing legal suit." She looked at Harry over the paper. "I intend to walk you to your dormitory door myself." Harry looked at her for a moment. Then he got the expression he got when something pleased him that he hadn't quite expected. Not a grin, he didn't really grin, they had that in common, but a slight lightening around the eyes and the corners of his mouth. "Dumbledore's going to love that," he said. "I expect," Wednesday said, "that he will find it somewhat less than ideal." They went to Diagon Alley the following week, which was its own experience. Wednesday had prepared for it the way she prepared for everything: research first, contingencies second, aesthetic judgment entirely suspended in the interest of functional information gathering. She'd read about Gringotts and the vault system, about the wand shops and the robe makers, about the general layout of the alley and what could be found where. She was ready for the magical element. She was not quite ready for the sheer visual chaos of it, the crooked buildings stacked against each other at unlikely angles, the shop windows full of things that moved and bubbled and occasionally looked back, the crowd of witches and wizards in robes of every color moving through it all with the comfortable ease of people for whom this was Tuesday. Harry walked through it with wide eyes and his hands slightly away from his sides, taking everything in with the particular attention of someone encountering something they'd been told about and finding the reality both more and less than expected. Morticia had come. She moved through Diagon Alley like weather, people parted for her without quite knowing why, and she looked at everything with serene, encompassing interest, pausing occasionally to examine something in a shop window with the expression of a woman who knows exactly what quality looks like. She stopped at an apothecary and spent 4 minutes discussing the comparative potency of boomslang skin with the proprietor, who by the end of the conversation had provided her with 3 jars of things that weren't technically on any standard list but that she said she'd been looking for. Gomez had stayed home because Wednesday had asked him to, on the grounds that his energy level in unfamiliar environments tended to generate a radius of chaos that impaired focused task completion. He had accepted this with only moderate complaint. Fester had come anyway and was currently somewhere in the alley doing something that Wednesday had decided was not her problem unless it produced smoke. They got Harry's school things with the systematic efficiency that Wednesday brought to any logistical challenge. Robes, proper ones, fitted, not the shapeless hand-me-down style of most students she'd seen, from Madame Malkin's, where Harry stood on the fitting stool with a polite stillness while Madame Malkin pinned and measured and tried not to stare too openly at Morticia. Books from Flourish and Blots, where Harry spent 20 minutes reading the back cover of A History of Magic and another 10 standing in front of the advanced section looking at titles that weren't on his list with an expression of specific and familiar hunger that Wednesday recognized immediately and responded to by picking up 2 of them and adding them to the pile. "Those aren't on the list," Harry said. "The list is a minimum," Wednesday said. He looked at the books. He looked at her. He stopped arguing. The wand was the longest part, because Ollivander's was its own experience entirely. Garrick Ollivander was a slight, silver-eyed man who looked at customers the way Wednesday looked at her own research subjects, with total absorption and the suggestion that the person in front of him was primarily interesting as a data point in a larger inquiry. He looked at Harry for a long moment before he reached for any box at all, and then said, "I wondered when you'd come in," with the air of someone who had been patient about it. He tried 11 wands. The first 10 produced results ranging from nothing to a shower of sparks that set the tape measure on fire. The 11th was 11 inches, holly, phoenix feather core. Harry picked it up. The temperature in the shop shifted, Wednesday felt it, a change in the air that was physical and unambiguous, a specific kind of aliveness in the room. Gold and red light flooded from the wand's tip and something in Ollivander's face moved. "Curious," he said. "Very curious." "Why curious?" Harry said, examining the wand with the focused attention he gave to interesting objects. Ollivander looked at him over his measuring tape. "Because the phoenix who gave that feather gave only one other. And that wand," he paused, "gave you that scar." Wednesday, who was standing behind Harry, watched his face in profile. He absorbed this, turned it over, considered it. He didn't look frightened. He looked thoughtful. He looked the way he'd looked when Marchbanks had told him Dumbledore had wanted him pliable, like someone filing information for later use. "So we're connected," Harry said. "In a manner of speaking," Ollivander said. "That's interesting," Harry said, and paid for the wand, and walked out. Wednesday followed. Outside, she fell into step beside him. "Your thoughts," she said. "I've got a wand that's connected to the thing that killed my parents," Harry said. "And the man who decided where I lived after that is the headmaster of the school I'm going to." He paused. "And you're going to walk me in?" "Yes," Wednesday said. He considered this as they walked. "Good," he said. Morticia materialized beside them with the 3 jars from the apothecary and a slightly longer scarf that she hadn't come in with. She looked at Harry's face. "You're thinking," she said. "Trying to," Harry said. "Good," she said, which was exactly what Wednesday had said, and they walked back through Diagon Alley together in the late July sun, and Fester appeared from a side alley with no eyebrows and an expression of deep satisfaction, and nobody asked about the eyebrows because they'd come back. September 1st was a Tuesday. Wednesday was up at 5. Not because she needed to be, King's Cross was 4 hours away by car and they had until 11, but because she functioned best in the early quiet and she had things she wanted to review before the day became entirely logistical. She sat at her desk in the East Wing with her legal pad and her coffee, going through her notes on Hogwarts one more time. The house structure. The staffing. The political landscape as it related to their ongoing suit. The things she knew about Dumbledore's habits and the things she didn't yet know and wanted to. Harry appeared in the corridor at 6:30, already dressed, with his trunk in Hedwig's cage. He'd gotten an owl, a white one he'd chosen himself from the magical menagerie, the first thing he'd ever chosen for himself with money he'd been given without conditions, and the expression of someone who had also been awake for a while. You didn't sleep, Wednesday said. Enough, Harry said. She looked at him. Nervous? No, he said, and then reconsidered with the honesty he'd developed as a habit in the last 6 months of living with people who said what they meant. Yes. Not frightened, nervous. Just. He looked at Hedwig's cage. It's a lot. It is, Wednesday said. That's reasonable. Are you nervous? He asked, with the particular curiosity he had about her internal states, not prying, just interested, the way he was interested in everything he didn't fully understand. No, Wednesday said, without reconsidering. He almost smiled. Right. They had breakfast with Morticia, who appeared at 7 looking immaculate and unhurried in a way that was its own kind of statement, and Gomez, who appeared at 7:15 in his traveling suit and immediately began the speech about this being a momentous day that he'd clearly been composing since July, which Morticia allowed to proceed for approximately 2 minutes before redirecting it with a hand on his arm and a quiet word. Fester had packed a bag to come. Wednesday had said no. He'd packed the bag anyway. Wednesday had said no again. He was currently in the back of the car with the bag on his lap, wearing an expression of someone who knew perfectly well he wasn't going inside but was going to the parking lot regardless and nobody could stop him. The car, Gomez's, a long black Bentley that looked like it had attended funerals and enjoyed them, pulled into the King's Cross drop-off at 10:30. The station was exactly what it was, large, Victorian, full of the particular anxious energy of people catching trains. Harry got out and stood on the pavement and looked at the building. Platform 9 3/4, he said, reading from his ticket. Between 9 and 10. The barrier between the platforms, Wednesday said, gathering her own bag. You walk through it. He looked at her. Walk through the wall. Yes. He looked at the station. Right, he said, and picked up Hedwig's cage. They went inside. Gomez was managing the trunk with the enthusiastic involvement of a man who hadn't handled his own luggage in years but was committed to the gesture. Morticia walked beside Harry, saying something low and quiet that Wednesday couldn't hear. Harry was nodding, listening with the focused attention he gave to things that mattered to him. Platform 9 was on the left. Platform 10 was on the right. Between them was a solid brick barrier against which a very large number of people were currently not standing, because they'd already gone through. Harry stood in front of it. He looked at it. Then he looked at Wednesday. You've done this before? No, Wednesday said. But the documentation is clear. You walk through. The barrier is a magical boundary. The momentum carries you. The documentation, Harry said. Yes. He looked at the wall again. Then he squared his shoulders in the specific way she'd seen him do before things that required commitment, took a breath, and walked at the barrier at a steady pace. He disappeared. Wednesday followed immediately, because hesitation was not in her repertoire, and there was a brief sensation like walking through cold water, unpleasant, disorienting, over in half a second, and then she was on platform 9 3/4. The train was scarlet and enormous, filling the platform with steam that caught the morning light and made everything look slightly like a painting. The platform was busy, students in school robes with trunks and owls and cats, parents conducting various versions of goodbye, a group of red-haired children at the far end who seemed to be generating most of the noise. The air smelled of coal and magic and the particular excitement of beginnings. Harry stood on the platform with his mouth slightly open, looking at the train the way he'd looked at Diagon Alley, with the absorption of someone encountering something that was both real and impossible and couldn't quite settle into either category. It's real, he said. Yes, Wednesday said. Gomez and Morticia came through behind them, Gomez managing the trunk and making the kind of sound that meant he found the platform magnificently atmospheric. Morticia put her hand on Harry's shoulder and he didn't flinch, which still registered every time and probably always would. Ready? Wednesday said. Harry looked at the train. He looked at the students milling on the platform, at the red-haired family he'd been watching from a slight distance, at a girl with large front teeth and bushy brown hair who was talking very quickly to both her parents simultaneously, at a pale blonde boy with a pointed face who was standing with two very large companions and surveying the platform with the expression of someone who expected to be catered to. He looked at all of it and nodded. "Yes," he said. They loaded his trunk. Morticia said her goodbyes in the quiet, certain way she had, no performance, just presence, and a hand on his face for one moment that was worth 1,000 speeches. Gomez gave him a handshake that became an embrace and said something about glory and honor that Harry received with something between embarrassment and gladness. Then it was just Wednesday and Harry on the platform. "Rules," Wednesday said. Harry waited. "No one gets to make you feel like you don't belong there," she said. "You were born into the magical world as much as anyone on this train. You have more reason to be on that platform than most of them." She held his eyes. "If someone tries to make you small, you are not obligated to let them." "I know," Harry said. "I know you know," Wednesday said. "I'm saying it out loud so you remember when it's harder." He nodded. He looked at the train. He looked at her. "When will you be there?" "I'm taking a compartment," Wednesday said. Dumbledore agreed to allow it under the terms of the guardianship order. "I'm there for the first week, after that, the legal situation determines it." She paused. "But I'll be at Hogwarts when you arrive." Harry looked at her. "You're riding the train? How else would I get there?" Wednesday said. He looked at the train again. Then back at her. "Is there going to be a scene?" Wednesday looked at the platform. She looked at the students, the parents, the barely contained chaos of it. She looked at Dumbledore's school full of Dumbledore's curriculum and Dumbledore's staff and a decade of institutional certainty about who Harry Potter was supposed to be. She looked at Harry, who was 11 years old and about to walk into all of it. "Almost certainly," she said. He almost smiled. "Good," he said. They got on the train. The compartment they found was near the front, quiet, slightly apart from the main traffic of students. Harry stowed Hedwig's cage on the rack and sat down, and Wednesday sat across from him, and for the first 20 minutes of the journey it was just the two of them and the English countryside scrolling past the window and the distant sound of students in other compartments figuring out who they were going to be. The door opened and two faces appeared, the red-haired boy from the platform, freckled, a little gangly, looking slightly overcrowded by his own robes, and the bushy-haired girl, who was carrying a book and wearing the expression of someone who has already done all the required reading and is willing to discuss it. "Mind if we," the boy started. "Every other compartment is full," the girl finished. "I'm Hermione Granger, and this is Ron Weasley," the boy said. He looked at Wednesday. He looked at Harry. He looked back at Wednesday with the particular puzzled expression of someone who is trying to work out a social category and failing. Are you a student?" "No," Wednesday said. "Then why are you?" "I'm his guardian," Wednesday said. "Wednesday Addams." Hermione blinked. Her eyes went from Wednesday to Harry and back. Then, with the speed of someone for whom information was a reflex, the Addams family. The suit against Dumbledore. Daily Prophet, July 16th. She looked at Harry. "You're Harry Potter." "Yes," Harry said. Ron Weasley made a sound that contained several different reactions compressed into a single syllable. He sat down. He seemed to be processing. "Blimey," he said. "You've read about the case," Wednesday said to Hermione. "Not a question." "Everything published," Hermione said, sitting down with her book still in hand, in the way of someone who holds on to books the way other people hold on to handrails. The cantankerous precedent application was brilliant. "My parents are Muggles and I looked it up and I couldn't find it anywhere in regular legal literature, so it must be specific to Wizarding Statute, 1743, Wednesday said. Applied through the Magical Minors Protection Act, cross-referenced with the International Confederation's Framework for Children of Mixed Magical Heritage. Hermione's eyes lit up with the specific brightness of someone recognizing a kindred spirit, albeit one wearing a black dress and looking like she'd never been delighted by anything. "I'd love to read the full filing, I'll send you a copy," Wednesday said. Ron looked between all three of them. "Are we just going to, I mean, he's Harry Potter." "The Harry Potter. And we're talking about legal precedent," Harry said. He was watching Ron with the slight smile he had for situations where someone's awkwardness was genuine and not unkind. "What would you rather talk about?" Ron opened his mouth. "Then, do you really have a scar?" Harry pushed his hair back. The scar was there, lightning bolt, pink against his forehead, as straightforward and undramatic as a piece of evidence. Ron stared at it. Hermione looked at it with the focused attention of someone cataloging. "Does it hurt?" Ron said. "Not usually," Harry said. "Does it?" "No," Harry said, though Ron hadn't finished the question. "I can't do anything with it. It's just a scar." Ron nodded, seemed to find this satisfying in its normalcy. He reached into a bag and produced a slightly squashed pasty. "Want one?" "My mum packed about 15. Harry said yes. Hermione declined. Wednesday looked at the pasty with the expression she had for food that was not threatening and said nothing, which was her version of accepting the social atmosphere without endorsing it. The door opened again. Draco Malfoy had the kind of entrance that required an audience and had found one. He stood in the compartment doorway with the two large boys behind him, his pale pointed face arranged in an expression of assessing interest that was three-quarters performance. He looked at Ron with practiced contempt, old contempt, the kind that had been preloaded, and then at Harry with a different look entirely, calculated and curious. "Word is Harry Potter's on this train," he said. He looked at Harry. "You must be him." "I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." He didn't look at Wednesday at first. That was a choice, conscious or not. She was the most visually distinctive adult in the compartment and he was ignoring her, which meant either he hadn't noticed her or he had decided she wasn't worth his attention. Either one was going to be interesting. Harry looked at Malfoy's extended hand and then back at Malfoy's face with a mild, considering expression that Wednesday had watched him develop, the look of someone doing a quick assessment and not yet broadcasting the result. "Harry Potter," he said. He didn't take the hand. Malfoy's expression shifted slightly. He wasn't used to hesitation. "You'll want to be careful," he said, "about who you spend time with. Some wizarding families are," he glanced at Ron, "more suitable than others." "I'll keep that in mind," Harry said, in a tone of complete neutrality. Malfoy looked at the compartment again. He finally looked at Wednesday. He took in the black dress, the braids, the adult presence, the absolute stillness of someone who was watching him with no particular expression and no visible investment in what he thought. "And you are," he said. "Wednesday Addams," Wednesday said. Something moved across Malfoy's face, recognition. He knew the name. His father would have made sure of that. "The one suing Dumbledore," he said. "My father is filing the suit," Wednesday said. "I'm the guardian of record." "You're 17, Malfoy said. "Yes." He seemed to be recalibrating. He had, she noted, good instincts. He'd identified immediately that she was a variable his standard approach didn't account for. "My father says the suit is a political move," he said. "An outsider family trying to use the Potter name for leverage." "Your father," Wednesday said, "is welcome to make that argument in the Wizengamot. He'll be in the gallery." She looked at him with the pleasant neutrality of someone who is not even slightly threatened. "Is there something you wanted, or did you come to introduce yourself?" Malfoy looked at her. He looked at Harry. He looked at the compartment as a whole and performed the recalculation of someone who has walked into a room expecting to be the most interesting thing in it and has discovered he isn't. "Just being friendly," he said. "Were you?" Wednesday said, without any interrogative quality whatsoever. He left. Ron let out a breath. "That," he said, was brilliant. He'll be back, Wednesday said, picking up her notes. But with better preparation. Harry was watching the doorway where Malfoy had stood. He had the thoughtful look. His father, he said. Lucius Malfoy. He's connected to, yes, Wednesday said. We know. Harry nodded slowly. He picked up his half-eaten pasty and went back to the window. The countryside had opened out, hills and moorland, the afternoon light going long and golden. Hermione was reading. Ron was eating with the comfortable focus of someone for whom food was a serious undertaking. Wednesday was reading her notes. The trolley came. Harry bought an extraordinary quantity of sweets with the careful extravagance of someone who had never had pocket money before and was still getting used to the idea, and shared them with Ron and offered some to Hermione, who accepted one chocolate frog with the air of someone making a considered scientific choice, and offered one to Wednesday, who looked at a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean with the first genuine interest she'd shown in anything on the trolley. Earwax is a real option, Harry told her. I know, Wednesday said. She ate it. Vomit flavor, she said. Interesting. Ron looked mildly ill. Harry was grinning, properly, and looked momentarily startled by himself. They were an hour from Hogwarts when the sky outside went dark the way it did in Scotland in September, fast and complete, like someone pulling a curtain. The compartment's lights came on and the train made a sound that was slightly lower, slightly different, as if responding to the proximity of something large and significant. Harry looked out the window. There was nothing to see yet. But Hermione had put down her book and Ron had sat up straighter and even Wednesday had looked up from her notes, because whatever Hogwarts was, and she'd read everything available and formed a comprehensive theoretical model, it was becoming real. It was ahead of them in the dark, getting closer with every mile, and all of the theory was about to become practice. You ready? Ron asked Harry. Harry looked at the window. He looked at the dark. Yes, he said. Then the clouds moved and there it was, lit from within, towers against the Scottish sky, enormous and impossible and completely real. All four of them looked at it and nobody said anything for a moment, because some things land differently than their descriptions and Hogwarts was one of them. Wednesday looked at it with the particular attention she gave to things she was about to engage with at close range. She catalogued the towers, the lights, the sheer scale of it, older than anything she'd seen in America, saturated with magic the way old buildings were saturated with weather. She felt the same thing she'd felt in the Wizengamot chamber, the strangeness of a non-magical person in an entirely magical space, and then she pushed it aside because it wasn't useful. She looked at Harry's face reflected in the window. He was staring at Hogwarts with an expression that was as unguarded as she'd ever seen him, all the careful management gone, just a boy looking at a school that was more than a school, that was a history and a heritage and a door into the thing he was, looking at it for the first time. She let him have it. She looked back at her notes. The boat crossing was something else entirely. The first years went by boat. Wednesday was allowed passage as guardian, which Hagrid, a man of extraordinary dimensions who regarded Wednesday with the nervous caution of someone who had encountered something they couldn't quite categorize, communicated via a note from the headmaster with about 3 times more hedging than was necessary. She sat in the back of a boat with Harry and Hermione and Ron, and the boats moved across the black lake under the Scottish sky, and Hogwarts rose above them with every stroke, every stone made more real by proximity. Harry was looking at his hands in his lap. Wednesday noticed. What? She said. He looked up. What if I can't? He stopped. What if I'm terrible at it? The magic. Wednesday looked at him. You levitated 3 books in April, she said. Without a wand. Without instruction. Under emotional stress. She held his eyes. You are not going to be terrible at magic, Harry. But what if nothing, she said. Not unkindly. Definitively. The question isn't whether you're capable. The question is whether they're worthy of your capability. She looked at the castle above them. Make them prove it. He looked at the castle. He breathed out. He straightened up slightly, not performing confidence but settling into something realer, the quiet steadiness of someone who has been told the truth enough times to start believing it. The boats came to a stop below a great door in the rock face. Hagrid knocked. The door swung open. They went in. The great hall was exactly what it was, vast and candlelit, for long tables full of students, the ceiling showing the night sky, every surface and stone built to say this is important, you are small, and also isn't it beautiful. It landed even on Wednesday, which was not nothing. The first years stood in a nervous cluster. Wednesday stood at the edge of the hall, technically not on the floor. She'd been placed in a faculty-adjacent position because nobody had known where to put her, and Dumbledore, to his credit, had not made a scene about her presence. He'd looked at her when she arrived. She'd looked at him. It had been, in its way, an extremely complete conversation. She watched Harry stand in the cluster of first years. He was looking around the hall with the bright, careful attention he had for new spaces. He'd spotted the house tables, was reading the dynamics of them, the way Slytherin sat with a particular collective composure, the way Gryffindor was already loud, the way Ravenclaw was mostly reading until the last possible moment, the way Hufflepuff was talking to each other rather than performing for anyone. She watched him think. She watched him catalogue. Professor McGonagall came to collect the first years for the sorting and stopped for one brief moment at Wednesday, looking at her over her spectacles with an expression that was professional and complicated at the same time. "Miss Addams," she said. "Professor McGonagall," Wednesday said. A pause. Then, very quietly, "I looked in on him. Once. In 1985. I reported what I found to," she stopped. "It was insufficient. What I did was insufficient." Wednesday looked at her for a moment. "Then do better now," she said. McGonagall held her gaze for one long moment. Then she nodded, once, sharp and definitive, and went to collect her first years. The sorting hat was exactly what the books described and also completely different in the way things always were. It sang. It had opinions. It sat on heads with the familiarity of something very old and quite confident in its purpose. Wednesday watched the names. Granger, Hermione, Gryffindor, hat barely touching her head. Malfoy, Draco, Slytherin, not even a pause. Then, Potter, Harry. The hall went quiet the way it goes quiet when something that was expected finally happens and everyone has been pretending they weren't waiting for it. Harry walked up to the stool with the particular steady walk he had when he was doing something that mattered and not showing how much. He sat down. The hat went on. It sat for a long time. Longer than anyone else. Wednesday watched Harry's face under the hat's brim. He was thinking, she could see it in the stillness of him, the quality of concentration he had. He was talking to the hat, or the hat was talking to him, and whatever was being said was not a simple transaction. The hat opened its brim. "Gryffindor," it announced. The Gryffindor table erupted. The Weasley twins, she'd identified them on the train, red-haired, identical, with the energy signature of people who found everything amusing, banged the table. Ron Weasley, already at the Gryffindor table having been sorted earlier, was waving with the enthusiasm of someone who has just identified his best friend. Harry took the hat off, looked at the table, and made his way toward it. He passed Wednesday's position at the edge of the hall. He looked at her. She looked at him. She gave him the smallest possible nod, barely a movement, just an acknowledgement. He straightened slightly and kept walking, and then he was sitting at the Gryffindor table and the last name was called and the sorting was over and the feast began. Dumbledore stood. His welcome speech was gracious and warm and covered all the expected territory, welcome to old students and new, a few reminders about school rules, the warm cadence of a man who was very good at speaking to rooms. He looked at his students with what appeared to be genuine affection. He did not look at Wednesday. She looked at him. When he finished and sat down, she made a note on her legal pad and then looked out at the great hall, this impossible candlelit room full of noise and magic and 11-year-olds figuring out where they belonged, and found Harry at the Gryffindor table. He was talking to the Weasley twins. He was eating. He looked up once, found her, and looked back at his food, and the deliberateness of not staring was itself a kind of communication. "I'm okay. I'm here." Wednesday put her pen down and picked it back up. She had work to do. The suit was still ongoing, the full Wisengamot hearing was 3 weeks out, and she had Snape's curriculum to evaluate in the morning and approximately 11 other items on her list. But she looked at the Great Hall one more time. Not a bad start, she thought, which was as close as she got to enthusiasm, and which meant something. Chapter 4, Curriculum. The first morning at Hogwarts began at 6:45 when Wednesday knocked on the door of Gryffindor Tower. Not knocked on the portrait, as it turned out, she'd located the actual door behind the portrait, the structural one, which the fat lady had tried to explain was not how it was done, and Wednesday had explained, with complete calm, that she didn't require the portrait's cooperation, only its location. And the fat lady had sputtered and then swung open because something in Wednesday's expression communicated very clearly that she would stand there until the heat death of the universe if necessary. Harry appeared at the door in his school robes, slightly rumpled, glasses on, with the alert look of someone who hadn't slept much but had been awake for a while. "I thought you'd knock earlier," he said. "I considered 5 a.m., Wednesday said. I showed restraint." He almost smiled. He stepped into the corridor and pulled the door mostly closed. "How is it?" he said. "Meaning, the school." "Meaning, what have you found so far?" "Interesting," Wednesday said, which was a word she used precisely. "Walk with me." They walked the corridor in the early quiet. Most of the castle was still asleep, or at least still horizontal, and the halls had that particular morning emptiness that made large spaces feel both larger and more honest. Wednesday had been up since 4:30. She had walked a significant portion of the castle. She had made notes. "The defense against the dark arts position," she said. "Tell me what you know." Harry considered. "Cursed," he said. "No teacher has lasted more than a year since, I don't know exactly since when. Ron's brothers say Quirrell's the latest. He's got a stutter and he smells like garlic." "Quirinus Quirrell," Wednesday said. "Graduated Hogwarts 1975, Cambridge for Muggle Studies, returned to the wizarding world, taught Muggle Studies here for several years before moving to Defense Against the Dark Arts. He took a sabbatical last year to gain practical experience." She paused. "He came back different." "That's the faculty's language, not mine." Harry looked at her. "Different how?" "Nervous," Wednesday said. "More nervous than he was. The stutter developed after the sabbatical. The garlic is apparently a new development this year." She walked. "I don't know what that means yet." "But you think it means something." "Everything means something," Wednesday said. "The question is whether it means what it appears to mean or something else." She turned a corner. "This morning you have Transfiguration with McGonagall, then Charms with Flitwick, then History of Magic with Binns, who is a ghost and teaches exclusively by dictation. After lunch you have Defense Against the Dark Arts and then Potions." Harry stopped walking. "How do you know my schedule?" "I asked McGonagall for a copy," Wednesday said. "Did she just give it to you?" "She gave it to me," Wednesday said, after approximately 4 minutes of discussion about the terms of the guardianship order. "She's practical. She works within the established structure once the structure is clear." She resumed walking. "Snape is the afternoon problem." Harry caught up. "Problem," he said. "Not challenge, or issue, or problem," Wednesday said. "He taught with your father. He had a complicated relationship with your mother. He requested your school file from the ministry in August. I know this because Marchbanks monitors ministry record requests relevant to our case, and he has been given, by Dumbledore, considerable latitude in how he runs his classroom. Harry was quiet for a moment. You think he's going to be difficult? I think he has decided something about you before you've walked in the door, Wednesday said. That's not a prediction. That's a fact established by the record request. She looked at him. You don't owe anyone a version of yourself that confirms their assumptions. And if he's actually a good teacher? Then learn from him, Wednesday said, without any contradiction. Both things can be true. Someone can be worth learning from and also wrong about you. She paused at the top of a staircase. Your first task this morning is to simply be what you are. Not defensive. Not performing. Just present. Harry looked at the staircase. He looked at the castle around them, morning light coming through high windows, the stone doing what stone did with light, and seemed to be setting something, the way you set a compass before you walk. Right, he said. And eat breakfast, Wednesday said. You'll think better. You sound like Morticia. Morticia is almost always right, Wednesday said, which was as close to a compliment about anyone's advice as she was capable of, and they went down to the great hall. Transfiguration was in a classroom on the first floor that smelled of chalk and something faintly electrical, the residue of magic that had been performed in the same room for centuries. McGonagall was already there when the first years arrived, sitting at the teacher's desk in the form of a tabby cat, which was the kind of entrance that established authority without any of the usual signals, no speech, no register of importance, just a cat on a desk and 30 11-year-olds who had no idea what to make of it. Harry sat in the third row. Hermione was in the first, already with parchment out. Ron was beside Harry, eating the last of a biscuit he'd brought from breakfast with the guilty speed of someone who knew this was not allowed. McGonagall transformed. Some of the students gasped. Harry watched, and what he felt, he identified it clearly, the way he'd been learning to identify things instead of just absorbing them and moving on, was something between recognition and longing. The ease of it. The naturalness of it. The way she just became something else and then became herself again as if both states were equally true. He wanted to do that. He wanted it specifically and consciously, not as a general desire for magic but as a particular desire for that, and the clarity of his own wanting was unfamiliar and interesting. McGonagall did not indulge the gasps. She walked to the board and began talking about the theory of transfiguration, the ethical and logical framework, the difference between altering matter and replacing it, the reason beginning students started with simple objects and not complex ones. She was precise and clear and moved through the material at a speed that assumed engagement rather than requesting it. Harry took notes. Good ones. He'd always taken good notes, in the limited school he'd actually been to, because notes were how you held on to things when you didn't have guaranteed access to the material again. He found that his hand moved fast enough and his instinct for what was important was reliable. McGonagall set them the first exercise, a matchstick to a needle. She circled the room. Most of the class produced nothing, or produced a matchstick that looked vaguely uncertain about its identity. Hermione, on her second attempt, got the tip to silver. Ron got a matchstick with a slightly pointier end. Harry sat with the matchstick and thought about the morning conversation and about present and about the ease with which McGonagall had just moved between states, and he stopped thinking about it and just looked at the matchstick and thought needle, not as an instruction but as a fact, the simple factual certainty that this object was already something between what it was and what it could be, and it turned silver and thin and sharp in one clean movement. Not a perfect needle. The head was slightly wrong. But undeniably a needle, and done in silence, without visible strain. McGonagall stopped beside his desk. She looked at the needle. She looked at Harry. Her expression was the professional version of the expression she'd had when she'd said it was insufficient to Wednesday in the hall last night. 5 points to Gryffindor, she said. She looked at the needle again. The head wants the same intention you gave the shaft. Don't tell it what to be, know what it is. She moved on. Harry looked at the needle. He thought head. It clicked into place. Ron stared at it. How did you do that so fast? I don't know, Harry said honestly. Rubbish, Ron said, but admiringly. Hermione leaned across. What did you think about when you did it? Harry considered. I thought about it already being one, he said. Hermione wrote this down. Charms with Flitwick was an experience of a different quality. Flitwick was small and energetic and treated magic with something close to delight, and the classroom had a warmth to it that was the instructor's personality made spatial. He took roll call and fell off his stack of books when he got to Harry's name, which Harry managed to receive with dignity. Flitwick taught the theory of charm work with more humor than McGonagall and equal precision. Harry liked him instinctively, which he'd learned in the last 6 months to take as data rather than sentimentality. He'd learned to sort his instincts, which ones were old fear reflexes, which ones were actual information. History of magic was taught by Professor Binns, a ghost who had apparently died at his desk one day and never noticed, and who taught the 1473 International Warlock Convention with the enthusiasm of a man reading his own tax returns aloud. Several students fell asleep. Harry, who found history genuinely interesting and was also constitutionally resistant to disengagement, years of making yourself pay attention in situations that didn't reward it, took notes and noticed that Binns taught purely from narrative and never from cause, which meant if you paid attention to the why instead of the what, you could build the actual argument yourself, and it was considerably more interesting than the official version. He came out of History of Magic with 2 pages of notes that were mostly margin annotations to the subtext of what Binns had said, and found Wednesday waiting in the corridor. She looked at his notes. She looked at the annotation specifically. Good, she said. Binns is boring, Harry said. All the best information is in boring sources, Wednesday said. People only hide interesting things in interesting places. The dull things are where the real history lives. Harry thought about this. That's slightly depressing. Yes, Wednesday said. Lunch. Defense against the dark arts was after lunch and Wednesday came to it. Not in the classroom, she'd settled that with McGonagall, who had communicated it to Quirrell, who had communicated his objection to McGonagall, who had communicated back to Quirrell that the guardianship order permitted a guardian's presence in any class during the first week of term, and that was the end of the discussion. Wednesday sat at the back of the classroom with her legal pad in a chair she'd positioned slightly outside the formal desk arrangement, not as a student but not as a ghost either. Just present, as she'd told Harry to be. Quirrell came in with the stutter and the garlic and the large purple turban that several students were already quietly remarking on. He was thin and high-strung in a way that had the quality of something stretched, not natural anxiety but something imposed on a nervous system from outside. He moved around the classroom with small, quick steps and addressed his explanations to a point approximately 6 inches above his students' heads. His lesson was on the theory of jinxes, the difference between a jinx and a hex and a curse, the ethics of their use, the history of dark arts regulation. It was not a bad lesson in content. It was poorly delivered, the anxiety getting into the material and making it lumpy, the stutter appearing most on the words that required emphasis and therefore stripping them of it. Several students stopped listening within 10 minutes. Harry listened throughout. He asked 2 questions, both good ones. One about the specific legal distinction between a jinx used in self-defense and a hex used in preemption, and one about whether the classification system was actually useful as a practical framework or just a historical artifact. Quirrell answered the first one adequately and seemed briefly to forget to stutter. He couldn't answer the second. That's a very good point, P. Potter, he said, and moved on. After class, Wednesday walked out beside Harry. Thoughts, she said. He's scared of something, Harry said. Not us. Not the class. Something that, it's like he's scared of something that's with him. Not external. Wednesday had been thinking something related. The turban, she said. Yeah, Harry said. He doesn't, it's like he doesn't want to draw attention to his head. But he's wearing a turban. Which draws attention. When you want to hide something specific, Wednesday said, you sometimes hide it in the most visible part of the thing. She didn't elaborate. She was still working the problem. Harry looked at her. You're not going to tell me what you think yet. I don't know yet, she said. I don't speculate out loud before I have evidence. It creates confirmation bias. She looked at the corridor ahead. Potions. Harry made a small sound of nonspecific foreboding. Don't anticipate, Wednesday said. He made the sound again, slightly differently, which communicated that he'd heard her and was noting his own reservation. The potions classroom was in the dungeons, which Wednesday found aesthetically defensible: cool stone, preserved ingredients, the smell of something chemical and organic and ancient all mixed together. She found it comfortable. She could see why someone who spent their life down here might be predisposed toward a particular personality type, though predisposition and inevitability were not the same thing. Snape arrived like weather. He swept in, there was no other word for it, the robes, the movement, the particular quality of total room attention that he generated without appearing to try, and stood at the front of the classroom and looked at his students the way someone looks at a problem they have strong feelings about. He was angular and black-haired and pale, with dark eyes that moved through the class register with the speed of someone who has already made several assessments and is confirming them. He looked at Harry the way he looked at no one else, a specific, loaded look, the look of a man for whom this particular face triggered something complicated and old. Then he looked at Wednesday. His expression didn't change significantly. He read the room, her position at the back, the legal pad, the absence of a student's desk, and filed it. He looked back at his class. You are here, he said, to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making. His voice was low and precise, and this was where Wednesday revised her expectations immediately, because the voice of a man who was performing contempt was one thing and the voice of a man who genuinely loved his subject and was contemptuous of people who didn't was something else, and this was the second. As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. He paused. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stop her death. Another pause, waited, if you aren't as great a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. Harry looked at his cauldron. Wednesday, from the back, was already writing. Snape began his questions, the rapid-fire Socratic method, designed less for education than for establishing a dominance hierarchy by exposing ignorance. He went through 3 students, found them wanting, and then, Potter. Harry looked up. Our new celebrity. Snape's voice was flat. Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry looked at him. He considered the question with the same focus he'd given the matchstick. Draught of living death, he said. One of the most powerful sleeping potions known. Asphodel and wormwood are both associated with death and grief in both magical and Muggle symbolism. Asphodel is a flower of the underworld in Greek mythology. The combination creates a state indistinguishable from death. He paused. It was first documented in the early 16th century, though some theorists believe the base formulation is much older. Silence. Snape's eyes had not changed expression, but something behind them had. Where would you look, he said, more slowly, if I told you to find me a bezoar? Stomach of a goat, Harry said. It's a calcified mass formed in the digestive system of certain animals. It works as an antidote for most poisons through chemical adsorption. It binds the toxins rather than neutralizing them. Standard first response to unknown poisoning before the specific antidote is identified. More silence. Snape looked at him for a long moment. He had the look of a man whose planned trajectory has encountered an obstacle it didn't account for. What is the difference, he said, with slightly less certainty than the first 2 questions had carried, between monkshood and wolfsbane? The same plant, Harry said. Also called aconite. All parts are toxic. The flowers and roots most severely. He paused. It's used in wolfsbane potion to help werewolves retain their human mind during transformation, which is something of an irony given the plant's historical association with hunting wolves. He looked at Snape with complete, neutral directness. The irony is either intentional or it's a very good coincidence. Snape was quiet for a moment that lasted just long enough to carry meaning. Then, clearly someone has been doing their reading. It was not a compliment and not quite an insult. It was a repositioning. Let's see if knowledge translates to practice. He assigned the boil cure potion. He moved through the classroom with the eye of someone who had been watching students make mistakes for decades and catalogued each variation of wrongness by type. He stopped at Neville Longbottom, whose cauldron was already producing something the wrong color, and corrected him with a brevity that was not kind but was accurate. He stopped at Harry's station last. Harry's potion was correct. Not perfect, the consistency was slightly off, which he'd identified himself and was adjusting, but correct in its fundamentals, the color right, the reaction happening at the right speed. Snape looked at it. He looked at Harry. He said nothing, which was its own kind of assessment. "Professor," Harry said. Snape's eyes moved to him. "The consistency is reading thick," Harry said. "I think I added the porcupine quills a fraction early. Is there a corrective addition at this stage or should it be discarded and restarted?" Snape looked at the cauldron again. Then back at Harry. Something moved in his face that was absolutely genuine and completely involuntary, the response of a teacher who has been asked a real question by a student who has identified a real problem and wants a real answer, and the collision of that with whatever he'd decided to feel about Harry Potter before walking in the door. At this stage, Snape said, with the precision of someone defaulting to competence, reduce the heat and add 2 drops of cold water before the final quill addition. It will compensate. A pause. Don't make the same error twice. I won't, Harry said. Snape moved on. Wednesday wrote 3 words on her legal pad, loves the work. Below that she wrote, still wrong about Harry. Below that, these are separate facts. After dinner, Harry found Wednesday in the small study room that had been assigned to her for the week, which was a 6th-floor room with a window and enough desk space for her work, and told her about the potions class. She'd already spoken to Snape herself. She'd gone to his office at 5, after she'd finished her initial review of the Hogwarts staff file and before dinner, and knocked on the door, and walked in when he opened it and said, "Wednesday Addams. You know who I am." Snape had looked at her with the specific wariness of a very intelligent man encountering something he doesn't have a complete file on. "I know who you are," he said. "I want to ask you something directly," Wednesday said. "And I'd like a direct answer." He'd looked at her with the dark, measuring eyes. "You may ask." "Harry's mother," Wednesday said. "Lily Evans. You knew her." Something happened in Snape's face that was complicated and quick and not entirely concealed. "We attended Hogwarts together," he said. "You were friends," Wednesday said. "Before the falling out. I've found 3 people who remember it. The falling out was your doing, something you said to her. She didn't forgive it. The office was very quiet." "That is not relevant to, it is relevant," Wednesday said, "to whether the feeling you have when you look at Harry's face is grief or guilt, because those will produce different behaviors and I need to know which one I'm dealing with." She looked at him steadily. "He has her eyes, doesn't he?" Snape said nothing. His face had gone to a particular stillness that was not composure so much as the thing underneath composure when composure is working very hard. "He's not her," Wednesday said. "He's not his father either. He's himself, and what he is, actually quite interesting, if you give it a fair assessment." She let that sit. "I'm telling you this not as a threat but as a fact, because I believe in facts." She held his eyes. "If your class is used to diminish him because of a feeling you have about people he's related to, I will document it and I will add it to the Weisengamot filing. Not as a primary argument, as context. The context that the environment at Hogwarts was arranged by the same person who arranged his guardianship, and that arrangement served the same purpose. Snape looked at her for a long moment. "That's quite an accusation," he said. "It's a conditional statement," Wednesday said. "Not an accusation. Yet." She turned to leave. "He asked you a good question in class today about the Bezoar. Did you notice?" "I noticed," Snape said. "He reads," Wednesday said. "About things that interest him. He'll be interested in potions if you give him reason to be." She opened the door. "That's not advice. That's information." She left. Now she told Harry this. He sat across from her in the study room and listened and said nothing until she'd finished. "You told him off," Harry said. "I gave him information and a conditional," Wednesday said. "About me. Without asking me." Wednesday looked at him. This was fair. "Yes," she said. "I should have asked." He seemed surprised by this, by the directness of it, the unhedge. He sat with it. "Okay," he said. Yeah. Okay." He adjusted his glasses. "Do you think he'll be better?" "I think he'll be more careful," Wednesday said. "Whether careful translates to better depends on him." Harry nodded slowly. "The thing about Lily," he said, quietly. "About her eyes." "Yes." "Does it?" He stopped. Started again. "Is that why Dumbledore put me there?" "Because Snape told him." "No," Wednesday said. "Snape had no role in the Dursley decision. That was Dumbledore's own architecture." She paused. "But Snape knew about your living situation and said nothing, because knowing would have required acting and acting would have required revealing how he knew, which would have required explaining the surveillance network Dumbledore runs around you." She watched Harry's face. "That's a separate issue." Harry sat with this. He sat with it longer than most things, which meant it was heavier than most things. "He knew," he said. "About the cupboard." "Probably," Wednesday said. "Not certainly. But probably." Harry looked at the window. Outside, the Scottish night was doing what it did, complete and lightless and not interested in the weight of what was being said in one small room. He looked at the window for a while. Wednesday let him. "Wednesday," he said. "Yes." "How many people knew?" She could have softened this. She chose not to. "Several," she said. "Arabella Figg. Probably McGonagall, to a degree. Possibly others in Dumbledore's immediate circle." She paused. "And knew through degrees, some knew the setup, some knew the conditions, some knew both. The number who knew enough to act and chose not to is the relevant figure." "What is that number?" "More than one," Wednesday said. Harry looked at the window for another long moment. Then he turned back. "I'm not going to be angry," he said, and the way he said it made clear he meant right now, tonight, not ever. He was making a choice about how to carry the information rather than telling himself not to feel it. "I'm going to be here, at school, and I'm going to learn what I came to learn and I'll be angry about it in the right place at the right time." Wednesday looked at him. "Yes," she said. "That's right." He looked at his hands. Then, "Can I ask you something?" "Yes." Why does this matter to you?" He looked up. "You didn't know Lily. You didn't know me before Surrey. You could have documented the family connection and sent a letter and handed it to your parents and gone back to whatever you were doing in January." He held her eyes with the direct, unaccusing honesty of someone who genuinely wants to understand. "Why did you come yourself?" Wednesday was quiet for a moment. She was genuinely considering the question, not stalling. "Because I found you," she said. "Not as a," she paused, reorganized, "in our family, finding something means something. If you find a thing, a person, a problem, a creature, you have a responsibility to it. Not ownership. Responsibility." She looked at the window. And because, another pause, longer, you named your spiders. Harry blinked. In the cupboard, Wednesday said. You named them. You made a community out of, she stopped. Restarted with more precision. Most people in that situation would have stopped bothering. Would have stopped noticing. You kept noticing things. You kept making them matter. She looked back at him. I find that, she searched for the word, relevant. Harry looked at her for a moment. Then very quietly, they were good spiders. I'm sure they were, Wednesday said. They sat in the study room in the quiet of a school at night, and after a moment Harry got up and said he was going to bed, and Wednesday said good night, and he left, and she sat for a while longer with her legal pad and her notes and the particular satisfaction of a day that had done exactly what it needed to do. The second morning brought an incident. It happened at breakfast, before classes, in the particular way that mornings at communal tables produced incidents: too much energy, not enough space, and Draco Malfoy had clearly spent the night recalibrating. He appeared at the Gryffindor table with his two companions and addressed Harry from the standing position that was meant to say I have status and you are seated, which Wednesday, at the faculty end of the hall, eating toast and reviewing notes, identified from 40 feet away. Potter, Malfoy said. I hear you actually knew the answers in potions. Harry looked up. I did, he said. Snape's not going to like that, Malfoy said. He likes his Gryffindors ignorant. It's the natural state. I'm sure he has opinions, Harry said, pleasantly. My father says you've been raised by Muggles, Malfoy said. That you don't actually know anything about the wizarding world. That whatever you think you know is just, he made a gesture of dismissal, remedial catching up. Harry looked at him. The directness he'd developed, the calm, level directness that didn't perform anger and didn't perform deference, was something Malfoy had clearly not encountered in this particular combination before. Your father's not wrong that I was raised away from the wizarding world, Harry said. He is wrong that I don't know anything about it, because I've spent 6 months reading everything available, which turns out to be considerable. He tilted his head slightly. What he's probably actually saying is that I don't know it from the inside, from birth, the way you do. Which is true. But knowing something from the outside sometimes means you see things that people on the inside have stopped noticing. He held Malfoy's eyes. That seems worth more than a head start, honestly. Malfoy's expression was working. He hadn't been answered that way, not the defensive answer, not the backing down answer, just the here is the actual analysis answer. You're living with that Addams family, Malfoy said, shifting. My father says they're not proper wizarding folk. American dark magic practitioners with no real standing in the British wizarding community. Your father says a lot of things, Harry said. Is he usually right? Ron, beside him, made a sound that was almost a laugh, caught and swallowed. Malfoy went a color that was not his best. He looked down the hall toward Wednesday, who had been watching since the beginning and had not moved and was not going to move because Harry was handling it exactly correctly and her involvement would have undermined that. Their eyes met briefly. Malfoy looked away first. You'll find out, he said to Harry, with the specific quality of a threat that hasn't decided what it's threatening yet, that some things matter here. Bloodlines. History. Who people's families are. My family, Harry said, picking up his orange juice, is currently suing the most powerful man in your world for what he did to me when I was 1 year old. He took a drink. I think we're pretty clear on where we stand. Malfoy left. Ron was making a sustained effort not to celebrate too obviously. Hermione, across the table, looked at Harry over her book with something that was functionally identical to respect. Harry looked down the hall at Wednesday. She looked back. She returned to her toast. The second day continued. By Thursday, a pattern had established itself that was visible from the outside if you were paying attention, and Wednesday was always paying attention. Harry moved through Hogwarts like someone who had been told what it was before they arrived and had decided independently what to make of it. He was not performing ease, he didn't have to. The genuine quality of his attention was its own kind of confidence, the confidence of someone who was interested in the thing itself rather than in being seen to be interested. He asked questions. He took notes. He made errors in practice and corrected them without distress. He disagreed with Ron about Quidditch strategy. He'd learned Quidditch from books and had strong opinions about certain offensive formations that Ron found highly debatable, and agreed with Hermione about the historical importance of the 1692 International Statute of Secrecy while both disagreeing with her about how to prioritize reading time, because Hermione treated reading as a full coverage obligation and Harry treated it as reconnaissance. He was, in other words, himself. Which was what Wednesday had asked him to be. By Thursday afternoon she'd also finished her initial assessment of Quirrell and had a meeting with McGonagall. McGonagall was in her office, a room that was organized with military precision and contained, incongruously, a great many tartan things, and was drinking tea and marking third-year essays with the expression of someone who had been marking essays for 40 years and was still mildly outraged by their quality. Wednesday sat down without being invited. McGonagall looked at this and then let it pass. "Quirrell," Wednesday said. McGonagall put down her quill. "What about him?" "He's afraid," Wednesday said. "Not generally. Specifically. He's afraid of something that's with him, not around him." She held McGonagall's eyes. "I want to know what happened on his sabbatical." McGonagall was quiet. She picked up her tea. "Put it down without drinking. That is a matter for the headmaster." "The headmaster," Wednesday said, "is the respondent in an active legal suit and I'm not asking him anything unless I'm asking it on the record." She waited. "I'm asking you." McGonagall looked at the window. She looked at her essays. She looked at the tartan thing on the wall. "He went to Albania," she said. "To research. He came back in July. He was different. Albus said it was simply that field research had been more demanding than expected." "Did you believe that?" A pause. "I believed Albus believed it," McGonagall said, which was a sentence with a great deal of architecture in it. "Did you investigate independently?" "No," McGonagall said, and this one syllable contained, Wednesday thought, probably several years of I should have compressed into present tense. "I want to see his personnel file," Wednesday said. "And I want access to the records from his previous appointment." Wednesday. McGonagall said it the way she said difficult things, directly, without hedging, but not without weight. "What do you think is happening?" "I don't know yet," Wednesday said. "But Quirrell's body language is consistent with someone who has been compromised in some way, not coerced in the obvious sense but occupied might be closer. He's afraid of something that he carries." She paused. "And the one person who could be keeping something like that in the castle without triggering every ward and detection system is the person who set all the wards and detection systems." McGonagall set down her teacup very carefully. "You're saying Albus knows." "I'm saying that if something has been brought into this castle and concealed here, the concealment required either extraordinary magic or prior knowledge of the castle's systems." Wednesday stood. "I'd like the file." McGonagall looked at her for a long moment. Then, with the air of someone crossing a line they've been standing on the edge of for some time, "I'll have it sent to your study." "Thank you," Wednesday said. She was at the door when McGonagall said, "Miss Addams." Wednesday turned. McGonagall looked at her with the complicated, specific expression of a person who has been doing their best in a situation that required more than their best and has only recently admitted this. "He's doing well," she said. "Potter. He's doing genuinely, remarkably well." Wednesday looked at her. "I know," she said. "He was going to do well regardless. He just needed someone to stop making it harder." She left. On Friday morning, with 3 days left of her allocated first week at Hogwarts, Wednesday wrote a letter. It was addressed to Gomez. It was 12 pages long. It contained her assessment of the Hogwarts environment, her concerns about Quirrell, her preliminary notes on the staff dynamic as it related to Dumbledore's network of influence, and, on the last page, a single paragraph about Harry that was more personal than the rest of the document and that she wrote last, after everything else, as if the precision of the other 11 pages had earned her the right to it. He is going to be extraordinary. Not because of what happened to him. What happened to him was wrong and the wrongness doesn't become useful just because he survived it. But he has, and I am aware this is an unusual thing for me to document, a quality of attention that I have encountered in very few people. He pays attention to things that most people have decided not to be interested in. He paid attention to the spiders. He paid attention to Malfoy's real argument rather than his performed one. He paid attention to Snape in the way you pay attention to a problem you respect enough to solve properly. I am not given to sentiment. But I would like the record to reflect that finding him was not a mistake and that going to Surrey was the correct decision. She folded the letter. She sealed it. She sent it with one of the castle's owls. Then she picked up her legal pad and went to find Harry, who was at breakfast and had saved her a seat at the far end of the table, slightly apart from the main noise, the way she preferred it, without being asked. She sat down. He poured her coffee without comment. 3 days left, he said. 3 days, Wednesday confirmed. He looked at his food. After you go, I'll be at the Leaky Cauldron through the hearing, Wednesday said. Which is in 2 weeks. You can owl me. You will owl me if something material changes. And, she paused, if something happens that isn't material but that you want to tell someone, you can owl me for that too. Harry looked at her. That's surprisingly, don't, Wednesday said. He almost smiled. Right. The hearing is the priority, Wednesday said. After the hearing we'll have more clarity on the ongoing situation and on what my presence here needs to look like going forward. She picked up her coffee. In the meantime, I know, Harry said. I'm fine. You are, Wednesday said. But that's not what I was going to say. She looked at him. I was going to say, if Quirrell does something that concerns you, tell me immediately. Don't try to manage it yourself. Tell me first. Harry looked at her. He was quiet for a moment. You think something's going to happen? I think the situation has variables I haven't fully resolved, Wednesday said. That's not the same as a prediction. But I'd rather you know to pay attention than have you surprised. Okay, Harry said. He ate his eggs. Wednesday. Yes. I'm glad he stopped. Started again. I'm glad you're still here. For 3 more days. Wednesday drank her coffee. She looked at the hall, morning, full of students, Hogwarts going about its September business, all this improbable ordinary magic. 3 more days, she said. Make them count. Outside the high windows, Scotland was doing something spectacular with the morning light, the kind of light that turned ordinary stone into something that looked like it had been there forever and intended to remain, and Harry was eating his breakfast in a room full of magic, and Wednesday Addams was drinking her coffee and thinking about what came next, and for now, just for now, next could wait. Chapter 5, Discovery. The Wizengamot hearing was set for October 14th, a Wednesday, which Wednesday noted without comment because she was not given to reading significance into coincidences, even when they arrived with this much punctuality. The Leaky Cauldron had become, over the preceding 3 weeks, something between a base of operations and a controlled environment. Gomez had taken the entire upper floor. This was not a small hotel. He had taken it anyway, and filled it with paper, with legal strategy, with Fester, who had contributed to the preparation by building a physical model of the Wizengamot chamber out of matchsticks and something he refused to identify and which had twice attempted to expand, and with Griselda Marchbanks, who had arrived 4 days before the hearing and taken over the largest table and not left it except to sleep, and possibly not even then. Harry was at Hogwarts. He owed Wednesday every other day, efficient, detailed letters in his precise handwriting that covered what he was learning, what he was watching, and occasional observations about people and dynamics that were sharp enough to make her read them twice. He mentioned Quirrell in 3 consecutive letters with increasing specificity, and on the 4th letter he wrote, "Something is wrong with his head." Not a figure of speech. His head is wrong. I keep thinking about what you said about hiding something visible in the most visible place. Wednesday had read that one 4 times. She'd told him to stay away from Quirrell's office and to tell her if the situation developed. Then she'd added it to her notes under a section she'd labeled, with characteristic directness, "Other Active Problems." The morning of the 14th, the Leaky Cauldron's dining room contained Gomez in his best suit, the deep charcoal 3-piece, the one that somehow conveyed both impeccable taste and the suggestion that the wearer had buried several people in it, reviewing his closing argument notes with the focused joy of a musician before a performance. Morticia at the window with her second coffee, watching the grey London morning with the serenity of someone who has made their decision and is simply waiting for the world to catch up. Marchbanks with her files spread across 2 tables. Thing managing 3 separate stacks of documents simultaneously. And Wednesday, who had slept 4 hours and felt absolutely fine about it, running through her own notes on a legal pad that was now, after 3 weeks of preparation, something between a document and a weapon. She had built the case from the outside in. Not just the legal argument, the human architecture of it. Who Dumbledore was. How he'd become it. The specific shape of his certainty about his own correctness, because the most dangerous thing about a man who believed he was right was that he'd had decades of apparent confirmation. He'd fought a war. He'd won it. He'd made decisions and those decisions had produced, by the visible metrics, good outcomes. A man like that developed a specific relationship with his own judgment. He stopped testing it. That was the gap. That was where the case lived. She'd also spent 3 days on a separate document, not legal, not for Marchbanks, that she'd sent to Harry by owl on Tuesday night with a note that said, "Read this before the hearing. It's about how Dumbledore thinks. You should understand it." Because Harry was the center of this, and he needed to understand not just what had been done to him but the internal logic of the person who'd done it, because understanding a thing was the first step to not being controlled by it. She drank her coffee. She reviewed her notes. She was ready. The Wisengamot chamber smelled the same as it had in July, old stone, old magic, the particular weight of accumulated institutional authority that large, serious rooms generated. Wednesday walked in behind Marchbanks and Gomez with the specific purposeful stillness she had when she was operating at full capacity, and found her seat, and looked at the chamber as it filled. More members today than the guardianship hearing. The full Wisengamot for significant suits, 50 members in purple robes arranged in the tiered gallery, plus Ogden as chief warlock at the center, plus 3 scribes, plus the ministry representatives, plus Thistlewick looking like he hadn't slept in weeks, plus 2 additional advocates on Dumbledore's side that Wednesday hadn't seen before. One of them a woman named Cuff who had a reputation in the magical legal community that was impressive enough that Wednesday had added a section to her note specifically about her. Dumbledore arrived with the same quality he always arrived with, the room adjusting to him, the weight of his reputation arriving slightly before he did. He sat in the respondent's position and arranged his robes and looked at the chamber with the equanimity of a man who had been in difficult rooms before and survived them. He looked at Marchbanks. He looked at Gomez. He looked at Wednesday. She was ready for the look. She'd been ready for it since January. She gave him nothing back, not hostility, not performance, just the direct, open attention of someone taking information. She'd found, over the months, that this was more unsettling to intelligent people than hostility. Hostility was something to respond to. Careful, neutral attention was something to be uncertain about. Dumbledore held her gaze for a moment. Then he looked at the front of the chamber, and the hearing began. Marchbanks opened with a statement that was approximately 8 minutes long and contained no rhetorical flourish whatsoever, which was its own kind of statement. She laid the case with the precision of someone who understood that the facts were doing the work and decoration would only dilute them. The three pillars, the illegal guardianship arrangement, the welfare violations, the blood ward structure. She called her first witness. Arabella Figg came in with the particular determined walk of someone who has made a decision they're nervous about and is committed to it anyway. She sat down. She looked at the chamber. She looked at Dumbledore. She looked back at the chamber. Marchbanks asked her questions. Figg answered them. She described what she'd seen over a decade of watching Harry Potter from 2 streets away. She described the clothes. The lack of school enrollment. The one occasion she'd seen him with a bruise and had filed a report that went to Dumbledore directly and received a response that said the situation is being monitored. She described the monitoring, which had consisted entirely of Figg herself watching from a distance and reporting, and had never involved anyone visiting the house, checking the conditions, asking Harry directly about anything. She described the letters she'd sent. The acknowledgements she'd received. The one time, 1987, she said, her voice steady, and Wednesday had the date in her notes and it matched, that she'd gone to Dumbledore's office in person and said I think the boy is unhappy and had been told that some unhappiness was inevitable given the circumstances and that the protections in place were the most important consideration. She finished. She looked at her hands. I should have pushed harder, she said, which wasn't in her prepared statement. I know that. Marchbanks looked at her. Thank you, Mrs. Figg, she said. Cuff, for the defense, cross-examined. She was good, she was very good, actually, and Wednesday listened with the attention she gave to things that were worth learning from. Cuff established the genuine threat context. She established that Figg had herself judged the situation insufficient only in retrospect. She established that Dumbledore had received Figg's reports, which was true, and had acted on them in the sense that he had maintained awareness, which was technically true and entirely inadequate, and the inadequacy was visible in the gap between the two clauses. Figg left the stand. Marchbanks called the second witness, who was a curse-breaker named Whitmore who had done the ward analysis on the Dursley house and could explain, in precise technical terms, exactly what Dumbledore's blood magic had done and what it had required. Whitmore was dry and thorough and the kind of expert witness who was more devastating for his lack of drama. He described the ward structure. He described the requirement that Harry experience the house as home. He described what happened to the wards if Harry failed to return each summer, they degraded. Which meant the protection that had been framed as necessary for Harry's life had been designed such that Harry's presence in that house, under those conditions, was literally required for it to function. Mr. Whitmore, Marchbanks said. In your professional assessment, was the Privet Drive location uniquely suited to anchor these wards, or could the same magical structure have been established at a different, more suitable residence? Whitmore looked at his notes. The blood anchor point was Petunia Dursley, he said. But blood anchor points can be established at any location where the relevant individual chooses to establish residence. If Petunia Dursley had agreed to relocate to a different property, or if a different blood relative had been identified, there were other blood relatives, Marchbanks said. Then yes, Whitmore said. The choice of Privet Drive was not magically necessitated. It was a decision. Murmuring in the chamber. Wednesday wrote, Whitmore, clear, specific, unimpeachable on the technical point. Cuff cross-examined. She tried to establish that the decision had been made under time pressure, the night of October 31, 1981, hours after the deaths, in a state of crisis. Whitmore acknowledged the time pressure. He maintained that the specific location was still a choice, not a necessity. Cuff tried 3 more angles. Whitmore didn't move. The third witness was McGonagall. She walked in with her chin up and her back straight and sat down in the witness position with the same posture she used to call a class to order, and something in the chamber adjusted, the way rooms adjust when someone enters who commands a specific kind of credibility. She had been at Hogwarts for 40 years. She had been Dumbledore's colleague and, by most accounts, something close to a friend. And she was here, on the witness stand, for the other side. Professor McGonagall, Marchbanks said. You were present at Privet Drive on the morning of November 1st, 1981. I was, McGonagall said. You had been there for most of the previous day. Since dawn, McGonagall said. In Animaga's form, watching the street. I was concerned about the rumors regarding the Potters. She paused. The rumors that turned out to be true. When did you learn definitively that James and Lily Potter had died? When Dumbledore arrived. Late that night. Her voice was entirely controlled. He brought the child. He brought Harry Potter to Privet Drive on the night of November 1st. Yes. And your response? McGonagall was quiet for a moment. I objected, she said. I told him the Dursleys were the worst sort of muggles imaginable. I told him that I had watched the street all day and I had seen nothing to recommend them as suitable guardians. I told him, she paused, and something behind her control moved briefly. I told him the boy would be bullied and teased and that he wouldn't know what he was or who he was. She looked at the chamber. Albus heard me out. He said the blood protection was essential. He said the sacrifice would protect the boy in a way that nothing else could. He said it had to be this house and these people. She looked at her hands. I asked what about when the boy was old enough to understand? What about his right to know who he was? She looked up. Albus said that the boy's knowledge of his own history would have to wait until Hogwarts. That going in uninformed was part of the protection. A pause. I accepted that. I accepted his judgment. Her voice didn't waver but it weighted itself differently. I was wrong too. The chamber was very still. Wednesday had known McGonagall was going to say this. They'd spoken twice more before the hearing, and Wednesday had helped her prepare her statement, not by coaching her but by asking her the questions she'd be asked and letting her find her own answers. The honesty in it was entirely McGonagall's. Wednesday had just made sure the honesty had room. Cuff tried to rehabilitate on Cross. She went after the I was wrong, tried to establish that McGonagall's retrospective judgment was colored by current events, that the decision had been reasonable given the information available, that trusting Dumbledore's judgment on magical matters was entirely defensible for a non-specialist. McGonagall listened to all of this. Then she said, I am a specialist. I have been doing this work for 40 years. I knew enough on the night of November 1st, 1981, to form a judgment about those people. I formed it. And I deferred anyway. She looked at Cuff. That is not reasonable. That is what we in this chamber do when we are more comfortable with someone's authority than with our own. Cuff sat down. Marchbanks looked at the chamber. I'd like to call one final witness, she said. Harry Potter. Harry came in through the chamber's side door and Wednesday saw him and thought, he's ready. Not because he looked confident in the performed sense. Because he looked like himself. He'd worn his school robes, she'd suggested plain clothes and he'd said, after a moment's thought, no, I want to wear the robes, and she'd understood, he was coming as a Hogwarts student, as what Dumbledore's school had made him, to testify about what Dumbledore had done, and the symbolism was his and it was correct. He sat in the witness position and looked at the chamber without flinching. He looked, briefly, at Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked back. Marchbanks walked him through the factual record, the cupboard, the clothes, the school, the bruise, the letters he'd found, the things he'd known and not known about his own history when Wednesday had arrived in Surrey. Harry answered everything directly, without dramatizing and without diminishing, with the flat precision of someone giving an account rather than a performance. The chamber listened. Then Marchbanks said, Harry. I want to ask you about a specific conversation you had with your aunt. Harry nodded. Did Petunia Dursley ever explain to you why you were living with her? Harry was quiet for a moment. She said my parents were freaks, he said. She said they'd died in a car crash because they were reckless and irresponsible. She said she'd taken me in out of obligation and that I should be grateful. He paused. She said the freak stuff in me needed to be, I think the word she used was suppressed. She said she was doing me a favor keeping me ordinary. He looked at the chamber. She believed that. I don't think she was lying. She genuinely thought that making me as small as possible was protecting me from something. He paused again. She didn't know what she was protecting me from. She'd just been told to do it and she did. Who told her? Marchbanks said. The letter, Harry said. Dumbledore's letter. The one he left with me. He looked down at the chamber. It said she needed to take me in. It said the blood was important. It said if she kept me there and kept me, I think it said grounded, that I'd be safe. He looked up. It didn't say anything about me being unhappy or uncomfortable. It didn't say anything about checking whether the arrangement was working. It just said to do it. He paused. And she did it the only way she knew how, which was the way of someone who resented what she was doing from the beginning. The chamber was very quiet. Harry looked at Dumbledore for a moment. Then back at Marchbanks. The thing I keep thinking, he said, is that he knew her. He'd known about her since Lily was at school. He knew what kind of person she was. And he chose her anyway. Which means either he didn't think it mattered what kind of person she was, he paused, or he thought it did matter, and he chose her because of it. The silence in the chamber became a different kind of silence. Marchbanks said quietly, "Thank you, Harry." Cuff's cross-examination of Harry was careful and brief. She established that Harry had no direct evidence of Dumbledore's intentions, only the letter's contents and his own experience. Harry agreed that this was accurate. She established that Dumbledore had not personally harmed Harry, that the harm had been committed by the Dursleys, who were the proximate agents. Harry agreed with the factual description. He looked at her with the steady attention he gave to problems worth engaging with. "Mr. Potter," Cuff said, "you've been living with the Addams family since January. Is it possible that your account of your experience at Privet Drive has been, not deliberately, but naturally, shaped by their perspective on the events?" Harry looked at her. "Ms. Cuff," he said, "I slept in a cupboard for 10 years. My perspective on that experience isn't something anyone gave me. I was there." Cuff held his gaze for a moment. Then, no further questions. Gomez Addams gave the closing argument. Marchbanks had prepared a closing. It was excellent, precise, comprehensive, legally watertight. She and Gomez had discussed for 2 days whose closing should go last, and Gomez had made his case with a combination of genuine argument and theatrical enthusiasm, and Marchbanks had looked at him for a long time and said, "You'd better be as good as you think you are," and Gomez had said, "Carissima, I am considerably better," and Marchbanks had looked at him for another long time and said, "Fine." Gomez walked to the center of the chamber floor. He looked at the 50 members of the Wizengamot arranged above him. He looked at Dumbledore. He looked at Ogden. He straightened his cufflinks, the silver ones, not the gold, and he spoke. He didn't start with the law. He started with October 31, 1981, with the night itself, with what it had been, a war ending, 2 people dying to save their child, a baby in the rubble of a house with a cursed scar and a future that an entire society was already beginning to construct around him without asking. He spoke about that night with the respect of someone who understood sacrifice, real sacrifice, the kind that costs everything, and the chamber, which had been braced for rhetoric, listened because this was something else. Then he moved. "Albus Dumbledore did not create this situation," he said. "He inherited it from darkness, from violence, from a war that demanded choices none of us should have had to make. I will not stand here and tell you he is a villain. He is not. He is something considerably more dangerous." He paused. "He is a brilliant man who has been right so many times that he has stopped considering the possibility of being wrong." He walked slowly as he spoke, not performing but thinking on his feet in the way that his best arguments always moved. He chose the Dursleys because they were useful. Not malicious, useful. A blood anchor. A fixed location. A household that would suppress the boy's awareness of his own nature. He chose all of this with the certainty of a general who has already decided the campaign and is simply executing it. He looked at the chamber. And here is where I ask you to do something difficult. I ask you to look at the result: a child in a cupboard, a child in clothes sized for someone twice his width, a child who named his spiders because they were the only company that didn't cost him anything, and I ask you to answer this question: at what point does certainty become cruelty? He stopped moving. Because here is what I know about cruelty. I have made a study of it. In my family, we do not flinch from darkness, we look at it directly, because the things you refuse to look at directly are the things that grow. And what I know about cruelty is this: it does not require malice. It requires only the decision that some things matter more than the specific human being in front of you. Albus Dumbledore looked at Harry Potter and he saw a weapon. A symbol. A sacrifice in waiting. He looked at a baby and he saw a chess piece. He paused. He is not unique in this. Institutions do it constantly. Governments do it. Armies do it. Even families do it. But we are here today, in this chamber, before this body, because we have the opportunity to say, not this child. Not without accountability. He looked at Dumbledore directly. Albus, he said, and the first name was not disrespectful, it was something more intimate and therefore more devastating: you are the most talented wizard of your generation. You fought a war that needed fighting. You saved lives I cannot count. I am not here to erase any of that. He paused. But you made a child sleep in a cupboard for 10 years because you needed him unformed and dependent when he was old enough to be useful to you. And you told yourself it was protection. And you believed it. He looked at the chamber. And that belief, that comfortable, certain, sincere belief, is exactly what makes it the Wisengamot's responsibility to act. He was quiet for a moment. The facts are not in dispute, he said. The letter. The wards. The welfare record. The will you never read. The advocate you never appointed. The quarterly reviews you never conducted. The witness you ignored in 1987. He held the chamber's gaze. Every single one of these failures happened in the service of a plan. Not neglect, a plan. And we are asking you today to look at that plan, in its entirety, and call it what it is. He paused. Not evil. Evil would be easier to address. This is something harder. This is the harm done by someone who was right about the large things and catastrophically wrong about the small one being the specific human being at the center of it, who deserved to be treated as an end and not a means. He reached into his jacket and produced the final exhibit, the copy of the letter Dumbledore had left at Privet Drive, the one Petunia had kept for 10 years in a folder with Harry's birth certificate. He held it up. He wrote this letter. He left it with a child. He never came back to check. He put the letter down. We ask for accountability. We ask for formal censure. We ask for the removal of extrajudicial authority over Harry Potter's life, permanently and completely. We ask for the record to show what this was. He straightened. We ask you to look at it directly. He walked back to his seat. The chamber was silent for a long moment. Then Ogden said, "The Wisengamot will recess to deliberate." The corridor outside was cold and fluorescent in the way that ministry corridors always were, the magic aesthetic ending precisely at the chamber door. Wednesday stood against the wall with her legal pad and looked at nothing. Gomez appeared beside her. He had the quality he had after a very good argument, a lightness, an afterglow of genuine craft deployed. He looked at Wednesday. "Well," he said. "It was excellent," Wednesday said. He beamed. Your mother is in there somewhere being tremendously restrained about her feelings. She'll tell you tonight, Wednesday said. She'll tell me in a way that will be worth waiting for, Gomez agreed happily. He looked at the chamber door. The deliberation. How long? Marchbanks says 2 hours minimum, Wednesday said. The membership is split between people who want to rule broadly and people who want to rule narrowly. The narrow faction will want to limit the censure to specific procedural failures so it doesn't set a precedent that makes them uncomfortable. She looked at the door. Marchbanks says we need 14 votes for formal censure and we have 10 certain, 3 probable, and several unpredictable. And the authority question? More certain, Wednesday said. Nobody wants Dumbledore to have extrajudicial authority over the chosen one going forward. Too politically visible. She paused. The personal cost to him is going to be the chief warlock position. He'll be asked to step down. Gomez raised his eyebrows. He'll do it? He'll have to, Wednesday said. Ogden has 3 other members prepared to call for a vote of no confidence if he doesn't step down voluntarily. Dumbledore knows this. He reads rooms better than almost anyone I've encountered. She looked at the corridor. He'll step down from Chief Warlock. He'll retain the Supreme Mugwump and the headmastership. He'll make it look like a personal choice rather than a forced one. She paused. It costs him real authority and real prestige. That's the point. Harry appeared from the end of the corridor, having been with Morticia while the closing arguments ran. He walked toward them with his steady walk and found Wednesday against the wall and stood beside her without speaking for a moment. How was it? He said. Your testimony was the center of the case, Wednesday said. Your father's closing argument is what they'll think about when they vote. She looked at him. It was good, Harry. He nodded. He leaned against the wall beside her, not quite touching, just close, the particular proximity of people who have been in difficult things together. What happens now? We wait, Wednesday said. He waited. She waited. Gomez had found Morticia and they were down the corridor in a conversation that involved Morticia's hand on his face in the way she had when he'd done something that genuinely moved her. Marchbanks was reviewing her notes with the tireless focus of someone who wouldn't stop working until the verdict was formally delivered. Harry looked at the chamber door. Wednesday, he said. Yes. The thing Gomez said. About him seeing me as a chess piece. He paused. Do you think that's what it was? Or is it, he stopped. Or is it something more complicated than that? Wednesday considered. I think, she said, that he cared about you. Genuinely. In the way that people care about something that is precious and central and important to their purpose. She paused. The problem is that there's a version of caring about a person that is actually caring about what the person means to you, what they do for your understanding of things, and that version looks like love from the outside and feels like love from the inside, but it doesn't actually ask what the person themselves needs. She was quiet for a moment. He cared about what you meant. He should have cared about who you are. Harry was quiet for a while. Can both things be true? Yes, Wednesday said. They usually are. He thought about this. He looked at the door. I don't hate him, he said, and it sounded like he'd been testing that sentence for a while and was reporting the result. I thought I would, but I don't. I'm angry. But it's not, it's a specific kind of angry. Like being angry at a storm. He paused. You can't make a storm feel bad about itself. You can only build a better shelter. Wednesday looked at him. Is that, he started. That's right, Wednesday said. Exactly right. He nodded. He didn't look particularly pleased with himself about it, just settled, the way correct things settle. The chamber door opened 2 hours and 14 minutes after it had closed. The verdict was read by Ogden in the flat, precise voice of legal record. Formal censure for procedural violations, passed, 16 votes to 12. Removal of extrajudicial authority over Harry Potter, passed, 23 to 5. Mandatory Wisengamot review of any decisions made by the headmaster of Hogwarts that concerned Harry Potter's welfare or legal standing, passed, 19 to 9. Albus Dumbledore, Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot, tendered his resignation from the position effective immediately, framed as a personal decision made in recognition of the proceedings, in the precise language of a man who had read the room accurately and was managing his own narrative. The formal record showed it as a resignation. Everyone in the chamber knew it wasn't. Wednesday wrote the verdict in full on her legal pad. Every count. Every number. She wrote it completely and then put the pen down and looked at what she'd written and felt, for approximately 3 seconds, the specific satisfaction of a thing being finished that needed finishing. Then she looked up at Harry. He'd been standing beside her for the verdict. He'd listened to each count with the quiet, attentive stillness he had. When Ogden finished and the chamber began its procedural closing movements, Harry looked at Wednesday. "Is it done?" he said. "The suit is resolved," she said. "The ongoing monitoring is new structure, not a conclusion." She held his eyes. "But the specific wrong, the specific thing that needed to be named and addressed, yes. That's done." He looked at the chamber. He looked at Dumbledore, who was speaking quietly with Thistlewick with the composure of a man processing a loss, the genuine loss of genuine authority, in real time. He looked at the purple-robed members filing out. He looked at Marchbanks, who was packing her files with the satisfied precision of an 89-year-old woman who has just deployed a 1743 precedent effectively for the first time in her career. "Okay," he said. He let out a breath that had been building for a while. "Okay." Then Dumbledore looked over. He and Harry looked at each other across the clearing chamber, and it was, Wednesday watched it, the most honest moment the two of them had had since she'd entered this situation. No performance on either side. Dumbledore looked at the boy he'd planned around and sacrificed for and been wrong about, and Harry looked at the man who'd made his childhood what it was without malice and without mercy, and something passed between them that wasn't resolution, wasn't forgiveness, wasn't war. Just acknowledgement. The honest recognition of two people who were going to have to share a world and had now established what that world's rules were. Dumbledore nodded. Harry nodded back. Then Harry turned to Wednesday and said, "Can we go? I want to go back." "To Hogwarts?" "Yes," he said. "I want to go back to school." She almost smiled. "Of course," she said. They found Gomez and Morticia. They found Marchbanks and congratulated her in their respective ways, Gomez with theatrical warmth, Morticia with a brief, precise remark that Marchbanks received as the high compliment it was, Wednesday with a handshake that conveyed more than it appeared to. They gathered their things. They walked out of the ministry into the grey London afternoon, all of them together, the case concluded, the record established, the world not transformed but shifted, not the large seismic shift of something being destroyed, but the smaller, more durable shift of something being corrected. Harry walked out of the ministry building and stopped on the pavement and looked up at the sky. Wednesday stopped beside him. The others continued slightly ahead, Gomez's voice already rising with the characteristic post-victory energy. "What?" Wednesday said. "Nothing," Harry said. "Just," he looked at the sky. "The first time I was ever in a room where something happened for me. Where I was the reason for it and not the obstacle to it." He paused. "I'm not used to that yet." "You will be," Wednesday said. He looked at the sky a moment longer. Then he put his hands in his pockets, a new gesture, one he'd developed in the last few months, the habitual ease of someone who'd learned to inhabit their own body rather than apologize for it, and started walking. Wednesday walked beside him. She went back to Hogwarts with him that night, one last time, to see him back to the castle and to have a final conversation with McGonagall about the monitoring structure going forward. The train was quiet at this hour, a ministry portkey had gotten them to the station, and the regular Hogwarts Express had an evening connection that most people didn't use, and they had a compartment to themselves. Harry slept for 40 minutes with his head against the window, the unguarded sleep of genuine exhaustion after genuine effort. Wednesday worked. She worked efficiently and quietly and let him sleep, and when the train began its approach into Hogsmeade she said his name once and he was awake immediately, alert, glasses on. He looked out the window. Hogwarts in the dark again, lit from within, towers against the sky. He looked at it differently than he had in September. Same castle, same lights, same imposing stone. But September had been the first time. This was the return, and returning to something is different from arriving, because arriving you're a stranger and returning you're someone who belongs, even if you're still deciding what belonging means. "You'll be back," he said. It wasn't quite a question. "I'll be back," she confirmed. "The monitoring structure requires quarterly reviews, which I'll attend. And I'll come when you owl." She looked at the castle. "And you will owl." "I know," he said. "Especially about Quirrell," she said. The problem was still active. She'd been thinking about it through the whole hearing, parallel processing, the way she always worked. The turban situation hasn't resolved. "I know," Harry said, more seriously. "Something's wrong with it." "With the back of it?" He looked at her. "I keep feeling," he stopped. "This sounds mad." "Very few things actually sound mad to me," Wednesday said. He looked at the castle. "I keep feeling like something is looking at me. From behind his head." He paused. "Not his face. The back of his head. The part under the turban." Wednesday looked at him. The problem resolved in her head with the specific click of something finally becoming complete, like a needle, like a chess move, like a 1743 precedent finally finding its case. "Harry," she said carefully. "What do you know about possession? Spiritual possession. A consciousness anchored to an object or a person." Harry looked at her. "Not much," he said. "Why?" "Because if I'm right about what's in that turban," she said, "it is significantly more urgent than a staff welfare concern." She held his eyes. "Promise me you will not go near Quirrell's office. Promise me you will not engage with the back of his head under any circumstances. Promise me you will owl me the moment anything changes." Harry was very still. I think the man who killed your parents," Wednesday said, "may not be as gone as everyone believes." She paused. "And I think I need to talk to your headmaster." Another pause, shorter. "I think I need to talk to Dumbledore." Harry looked at her. Then out the window. The train was pulling into the station, Hogsmeade dark and lamplit, Hogwarts above on the hill, all its windows burning. "After the hearing?" he said. "Today?" "Yes," Wednesday said. "Tonight, if I can get to him." She stood as the train slowed. This, she paused, this one he might have actually been right to be concerned about. For entirely different reasons than the ones he gave. Harry looked at her. "You're going to talk to Dumbledore tonight?" "Yes." "After we correct information doesn't care about context," Wednesday said. "He has information I need. I have information he needs. We had a legal disagreement. That doesn't change what's in Quirrell's turban." She straightened her coat. "Come on. I need to get you back to the castle and find the headmaster." Harry looked at her with the expression he had when she did something that surprised him and he was deciding what to do with the surprise. "You're strange," he said. It came out with complete warmth. "Yes," Wednesday said, without any disagreement. They got off the train and walked up toward Hogwarts through the cold October dark, and Wednesday was already composing her first sentence to Dumbledore, and Harry was walking beside her with the ease of someone who had spent the last 9 months learning that he didn't have to be afraid of what came next, and above them the castle burned with all its ancient, improbable light. Chapter 6, Inheritance. The meeting with Dumbledore happened at 11 p.m. in his office, which was reached by a spiral staircase behind a gargoyle that moved aside when Wednesday said the password, sherbet lemon, which she'd gotten from McGonagall in 30 seconds by simply asking, because McGonagall had decided some weeks ago that Wednesday Addams was an entity that required cooperation rather than resistance. The office was circular and full of things. Portraits of previous headmasters sleeping in their frames, silver instruments clicking and breathing on their shelves, books stacked with the accumulation of a lifetime serious reading, a bird, the phoenix, Fawkes, sitting on a perch in the corner with the quality of something very old that had long ago made peace with what it was. The room smelled of old wood and parchment and the faint mineral trace of magic sustained over decades. Dumbledore was at his desk when she came in. He looked like a man who had not slept yet and had not expected to. He had removed the formal outer robe and was in something simpler, and without the full apparatus of his public presence he looked his age in a way that the chamber had not shown, old, genuinely old, with the specific tiredness of someone who had been holding a great many things for a very long time. He looked at Wednesday. "Miss Addams," he said. "I confess this is not the visit I expected tonight." "I have information," Wednesday said. She sat down across from him without being invited, because she had never waited to be invited and wasn't starting now. "And I have questions. The information is more urgent." He studied her. He had the quality she'd identified in the chamber, the genuine intelligence, the real attention. Without the case between them, without the adversarial structure, she could see it more clearly. He was worth talking to. That didn't make him right about the things he'd been wrong about. "You found Harry's return journey productive," he said. "Not a question. The hearing went as it went," Wednesday said. "This is something else." She looked at him directly. Quirinus Quirrell. Something moved in Dumbledore's expression. Not surprise. Concern, or the management of it. "His turban," Wednesday said. "I have a hypothesis. I want to know if I'm right." Dumbledore looked at her for a long moment. Then he looked at Fawkes in the corner. The phoenix made a low sound, not alarmed, just present. He looked back. "What is your hypothesis?" "Voldemort," Wednesday said. The name had the quality it had for magical people, a charged thing, a word that cost something to say, and she said it with complete neutrality because she had no personal relationship with the charge and it was therefore just a name. Not destroyed. Diminished. Without a body. Looking for a means of return. She paused. Looking for something specific. Something in this castle. She held his eyes. "There's something here, isn't there? Something he wants." The silence in the office was the kind that confirmed things. "I would ask," Dumbledore said carefully, "how you arrived at this conclusion." "Harry told me he feels like something is looking at him from the back of Quirrell's head," Wednesday said. "He's been feeling it since September." He didn't know what it meant. "I thought about it in the context of what I know about possession and spiritual anchoring and parasitic consciousness, which is considerable given my family's particular area of expertise." She paused. "And then I thought about the wards on this castle and whether something could be concealed here that would be significant enough to attract a disembodied dark wizard, and I thought about the fact that there was a break-in at Gringotts in July, a vault that was emptied before the break-in, which was noted in the Daily Prophet and which I filed and forgot about until tonight." Dumbledore looked at her. "You have a good mind," he said. "I know," Wednesday said. "What's in the castle?" He was quiet for a moment. Then, "Something that cannot be allowed to fall into the wrong hands. Something I moved here specifically because I believed this was the most secure location available." He paused. "I did not anticipate that the wrong hands were already inside the castle." "Then you need to move it again," Wednesday said. "Or remove Quirrell." "Removing Quirrell removes the ability to monitor what Voldemort knows and what he's looking for," Dumbledore said. "If he doesn't know we know, he probably does know," Wednesday said. Harry's scar responds to proximity. It's responded to Quirrell since September. Voldemort is in Quirrell's head. If Voldemort can feel Harry, Harry can feel Voldemort. That's a bidirectional connection. She looked at him. He knows Harry is here. He knows Harry is paying attention. Whether he knows I know is the only open question. Dumbledore looked at his desk. He picked up a small silver instrument and turned it in his fingers, thinking. She recognized the gesture, the same gesture she used with her pen. "You're proposing I act immediately," he said. "I'm proposing you act before Harry does," Wednesday said. He looked up. "He's 11, she said. "He's very capable and he knows something is wrong and he has the particular quality of not waiting for someone else to handle things." She held Dumbledore's eyes. "He will go looking. Maybe not this week or this month, but he will go looking, because that's who he is. And if he finds it before you've dealt with it, whatever it is, you will have put him in danger for the second time and I will be considerably less interested in civil legal proceedings." Dumbledore looked at her for a long moment. "You're not threatening me," he said, as if clarifying. "I'm giving you information," Wednesday said. Again. He set the instrument down. "The object in question," he said, "is secured by a series of enchantments. Multiple obstacles, multiple teachers involved. If Voldemort were to attempt to reach it through Quirrell, he would have to pass through all of them. Then he'll try to pass through all of them," Wednesday said. "Is there a reason he can't?" "Several," Dumbledore said. "Including one that I believe to be insurmountable, for him, specifically." He paused. The final protection was designed with Harry's situation in mind. I have believed for some time, that Harry's particular magical nature gives him an access to it that Voldemort cannot replicate." Wednesday looked at him. She looked at him with the specific attention she saved for statements that were simultaneously true, inadequate, and deeply illuminating. "You put an 11-year-old boy," she said, slowly, "in a school that contains a target, surrounded by a series of obstacles, with the last obstacle designed specifically to require him, and you think this is protection?" "I think it is preparation," Dumbledore said. You think he's the weapon," Wednesday said. Again. The word again landed. Dumbledore was quiet. His hands were still on the desk. His face had the look it had in the chamber when McGonagall testified, the look of a man who was not dismissing an argument but absorbing it, really absorbing it, the discomfort of genuine rethinking. "The difference," he said finally, "between what happened with the Dursleys and what I've built here, I want to be clear that I understand the difference." "There is a difference," Wednesday agreed. "The difference is that he's here, and he's learning, and the people around him include some who would protect him for his own sake rather than for what he represents." She paused. "The similarity is that you've arranged the environment around his utility and called it his education." She held his eyes. "He knows, by the way. Not about the object specifically. But about the structure of it. He's known since October that you build things around him and give him the role you've selected for him." She paused. "He's not angry about it. He's made a decision to be here and to learn regardless of your architecture." She let that land. "That decision is his, not yours. He made it despite you, not because of you." Dumbledore looked at his desk for a moment. "You think very clearly," he said. "Yes," Wednesday said. "Do you think it's possible," he said, "to be genuinely protective of something and also use it?" "Yes," Wednesday said. "People do it constantly. It doesn't make the using better." She stood. "Move the object or remove the host. Do it before Harry finds the door." She turned to go. "And when this year is over, when whatever Voldemort is attempting has been dealt with, I would like a conversation about what Harry's education looks like from second year forward, with his input, in a room where he's asked rather than arranged." She paused at the door. "He'll have opinions. They'll be worth hearing." She left. In the corridor outside, descending the spiral staircase, she stopped for exactly 2 seconds and looked at nothing. She thought about the conversation. She thought about what Dumbledore had said and what she'd said and whether the gap between those two positions was bridgeable or permanent. She concluded that it was neither, that it was the kind of gap that required ongoing management, like a fault line that you built carefully around and never forgot was there. She kept walking. She went to find Harry. He was in the corridor outside Gryffindor Tower, sitting on the floor with his back against the wall and his knees up and his library book open, which told her he'd been waiting and had brought something to do while waiting, which told her further things about him that she already knew. He looked up when she came around the corner. "Well," he said. "The object is real," Wednesday said. "The threat is real. Dumbledore knows about it and has known." She sat down on the floor beside him, which was not how she usually operated spatially, but the corridor was empty and the floor was available. "He's going to address it." "How do you know he will?" "Because he's not stupid," Wednesday said. "And because I told him what would happen if he didn't." She looked at the wall across from them. "The end of the year is going to require your attention." "My attention," Harry said. "You're connected to Voldemort through the scar," Wednesday said. "I believe Dumbledore has built the final protection around that connection in some way. I believe at some point you'll be in the situation where that connection matters in a direct, physical sense." She looked at him. "I don't know the specifics yet. I'll find them. But I want you prepared for the possibility." Harry was quiet for a moment. "He's always planning for me to do something," he said. "Yes. What do you plan for me?" Wednesday looked at him. It was a good question, a real one, not rhetorical. "I plan for you to be capable enough to make your own choice about what you do," she said. "Whether you engage with it or walk away from it or find a third option that neither Dumbledore nor Voldemort anticipated." She paused. "That's the part nobody seems to include in their planning. The part where you just decide for yourself." Harry looked at the wall. He thought about this with the quality he had for the things that mattered. "What would you do?" he said. "If it was you." Wednesday considered this with real seriousness. "I would gather as much information as possible," she said, "and then I would make the choice that cost the least in terms of who I wanted to be afterward." She paused. "Not the safest choice. Not the most heroic choice. The one I could live with from the inside." Harry looked at her. "That's good advice," he said. "I know," Wednesday said. He almost smiled. "What if the choice that costs the least involves doing something dangerous?" "Then it involves doing something dangerous," Wednesday said. "Danger isn't a disqualifying condition. It's just a condition." He nodded. He looked at his book. He looked at the corridor. He looked at the Gryffindor Tower door. "Wednesday," he said. "Yes. Thank you for coming back tonight. After the hearing and everything. You told me about Quirrell," Wednesday said. "I acted on the information." "That's not why you came back," Harry said, with the quiet, clear directness he had for things he was sure of. Wednesday looked at the wall. "No," she said. "It's not." He didn't press it. He just sat with it the way he sat with things that were true and didn't need expanding. They sat in the corridor together for a while. The castle was quiet, nighttime at Hogwarts was its own sound, the old stone settling, the distant movement of portraits, the particular hush of a large space full of sleeping children. Wednesday looked at the ceiling and thought about the thing still in motion, Quirrell, the object, the year ahead, Dumbledore's careful recalibration, and let the list be what it was without turning it into anxiety, because anxiety wasn't useful and the list was manageable. "You should sleep," she said. "Probably," Harry agreed. Neither of them moved for another few minutes. Then Harry closed his book and stood up, and Wednesday stood up beside him, and he looked at her with the expression she associated with him at his most honest, the slight openness, the lack of management. When do you come back? He said. December, she said. The first quarterly review is in December. I'll come for that. She paused. And Christmas. He looked at her. Something moved in his face. Christmas, he said. Yes, Wednesday said. You'll come home. The whole family will be there. Pugsley is building something in the East Wing that Fester says is either a catapult or a musical instrument. The acoustic profile is apparently ambiguous, and my mother has been planning the decorations since August, which means they will be comprehensive and include several things that are technically on fire. She looked at him. It will be loud and slightly dangerous, and there will be far too much food, and my father will insist on telling stories about every Christmas from his childhood in sequence, and nobody will be able to stop him. Harry was looking at her with something that wasn't quite the young, wanting thing she'd seen in the cupboard in Surrey. It was older than that now, steadier, something that had been wanting and had been answered enough times to start trusting the answer. That sounds, he started. Chaotic, Wednesday said. Yeah, he said. It sounds good. It is good, Wednesday said, which was not something she said about many things, and she said it without any irony at all. He looked at the Gryffindor Tower door. He looked back at her. Good night, Wednesday. Good night, Harry. He went through the door. The portrait swung closed. Wednesday stood in the corridor for a moment, alone, in the quiet castle. She looked at the corridor, the stone, the torches burning low, the particular old-world solidity of a place that had existed for 1,000 years and would exist for 1,000 more. She thought about Surrey in January, about a folder of documents and a cupboard door with an outside latch and a small boy with named spiders and taped glasses. She thought about the distance between that moment and this one, and about what the distance had required and what it had produced. She went to find her coat. She left Hogwarts at 6 in the morning, before most of the castle was awake. The October morning was cold and bright in that specific Scottish way, the kind of cold that was clean rather than punishing, the light arriving at an angle that made the castle look like it had been planned rather than accumulated. She walked down to the gate with her bag and her legal pad and paused at the boundary of the wards. McGonagall was at the gate. Wednesday had not expected this. The professor was in her traveling robes, hands folded, looking at Wednesday with the expression she had for things that she had decided to do and had done without excessive deliberation. I'll walk you to the road, she said. Wednesday fell into step beside her. They walked in silence for a moment down the path from the castle. He'll be all right, McGonagall said. She said it as a fact, not a comfort, which was the right register. Yes, Wednesday said. He will. The staff situation with Quirrell, I've spoken to Dumbledore, Wednesday said. He's aware of the specifics. I believe he'll act on it. She paused. If he doesn't within 2 weeks, I will, McGonagall said, and then, after a moment, you can count on me. Wednesday looked at her briefly. I know, she said. McGonagall stopped at the point where the castle path met the road into Hogsmeade. She looked at Wednesday with the complicated expression of a person who had been in a difficult story and had recently chosen which part of it to be. Your family, she said. The Addams family. I confess when I first heard about the suit I thought, she paused, I thought it was an outsider interference. People who didn't understand what this world was or what it had been through. And now? Wednesday said. Now, McGonagall said carefully, I think that sometimes an outside perspective is exactly what a closed system requires. She paused. And I think that your family is, not what I expected. We never are, Wednesday said. McGonagall almost smiled. No, she said. I don't imagine you are. She held out her hand. Wednesday shook it. She walked down the road into Hogsmeade, into the cold morning, toward the apparition point and the journey back to London and the hotel and her father's papers and her mother's coffee and the ongoing work of all the things that were still in motion. She walked with the particular quality she had when she was at her most herself, the even pace, the straight back, the face that was reading the world rather than performing for it. She thought about Dumbledore in his office last night, old and tired and still certain in the specific ways that certainty doesn't let you go. She thought about the verdict and Gomez's closing argument and Marchbanks deploying her precedent. She thought about Harry in the corridor with his library book, waiting, and the way he'd said Christmas with that steadiness that had replaced the wanting. She thought about the spider names. She thought about what it was to be the kind of person who named things, who looked at the small available creatures in a very small space and decided they mattered enough to name. She thought about what that quality, turned loose in a larger world, was going to do. She reached the apparition point. She looked back once, the castle on its hill, the morning light making the towers specific against the sky, the smoke from the chimneys going straight up in the still air. She turned back to London. She apparat, and the morning closed around her, and Hogwarts remained where it had always been, full of magic and contradiction and consequence, and one first year in Gryffindor Tower who was just waking up, who was going to breakfast, who was going to learn things and argue about Quidditch formations and ask Snape a question that Snape would answer despite himself, and find Hermione in the library arguing about precedent, and find Ron at the Gryffindor table with food and loyalty in equal measure, who was going to navigate a school built partly around his own utility and refuse to be navigated in return, who was going to write an owl that evening that Wednesday would read over dinner and that would say, in the careful, direct way he had, "I think today was good. I think I'm going to be okay here. I'll tell you more at Christmas." And Wednesday, reading it at the leaky cauldron table with the remains of her dinner and her legal pad and her coffee, would write back 2 words. "I know." The winter came to Hogwarts the way it always did, hard and complete and without apology, the lock going silver, the grounds going white, the castle pulling its warmth inward. November moved through its grey paces. Quirrell became, week by week, slightly more diminished, thinner, more distracted, the turban always present, the stutter worse when he was near Harry and better when he wasn't. Harry noticed all of this and documented it in his letters with the precision Wednesday had taught him by example without ever intending to teach it. Dumbledore moved the object in the first week of November. Wednesday knew because Marchbanks, who had maintained contact with 2 Wisengamot members, heard the rumor that a highly secure corridor in Hogwarts had been quietly reconfigured. She sent Wednesday a note that said, "Your headmaster moved his chess piece. You were right about the timeline." Wednesday had filed this without comment. She'd been wrong about the timeline by 4 days. She noted the 4 days, identified the variable she'd missed, Dumbledore's preference for watching rather than acting until the last defensible moment, and updated her model of him accordingly. Draco Malfoy tried twice more, in October and November, with the specific persistence of someone who had decided that Harry Potter was an unresolved situation that needed resolving. The second attempt involved a flying incident, a deliberate provocation during their first flying lesson, Neville Longbottom's remembrall taken and held at altitude, and the particular miscalculation of assuming that a boy who'd been quiet about things his whole life would continue to be quiet. Harry had flown after Malfoy on a borrowed broomstick with the natural ease that would later become notorious and had not retrieved the remembrall politely or asked for it back or negotiated its return. He'd simply positioned himself at Malfoy's eye level on a broomstick and looked at him with the level, neutral attention that Wednesday had told him was more unsettling than aggression and said, "You can give it back now." Malfoy gave it back. McGonagall had witnessed the flying and recruited Harry for the Gryffindor Quidditch team on the spot, which was technically against the rules for first years and which she had arranged with the speed of someone who had been waiting 40 years for a seeker this good and had no intention of letting the rulebook get in the way. Wednesday had received this information by owl and written back, "Don't let the Quidditch interfere with your studies. The formations you've been arguing about with Ron, you're right about the Hawkshead attacking formation and he's wrong, but let him be wrong until he figures it out himself. Learning is better than being told." Harry had written back, "He figured it out on his own on Tuesday. I didn't say anything. It was much better." She'd smiled at that. She wasn't sure she'd meant to. Christmas arrived the way Christmases always arrived at the Addams house, with extravagance, with darkness, with the specific combination of beauty and menace that Morticia brought to any decorative project she undertook seriously. The tree was black. The lights were deep red. There were candles in every window and garlands that moved slightly on their own and a wreath on the front door that Fester had contributed a component to and that was best not examined closely. Harry arrived on December 23. The Hogwarts Express, King's Cross, Gomez at the platform with thing and a sign that was entirely unnecessary because Harry knew perfectly well who he was looking for but that Gomez had made anyway because he was committed to the gesture. The sign said, in Gomez's extravagant handwriting, Addams. Harry saw it from the platform and did the thing that was becoming familiar, the slight pause, the private adjustment of expression, and then he walked toward it with the ease of someone walking toward something that was his. Gomez swept him into an embrace that Harry now accepted without the initial second of surprise he'd had in the early months. He'd learned how Gomez operated. He'd learned that the warmth was genuine and unconditional and not a thing that could be used against you. He'd learned to take it. Morticia was at the house. She had been baking, or supervising the baking of things that contained ingredients she wouldn't specify, and the house smelled of cinnamon and something darker and faintly electrical. She came to the door when they arrived and looked at Harry with the expression she'd been refining since January, not the soft look of careful sympathy, but the direct look of someone who was simply glad to see another person because that person mattered. "You need a haircut," she said. "Hello to you too," Harry said. "Hello," she said, and pulled him into an embrace that was nothing like Gomez's and everything like Morticia's, precise and complete and briefly all-encompassing. Pugsley appeared from the east wing with the look of someone who had been doing something that he was not going to describe. He was 14, broad, and had an energy that oscillated between destruction and engineering in ways that were sometimes genuinely difficult to distinguish. He looked at Harry. Harry looked at him. "You're the legal ward," Pugsley said. "Apparently," Harry said. "I built something," Pugsley said. "It might be a catapult." "He knows," Wednesday said, coming downstairs. She looked at Harry. He looked at her. "You're late," she said. "The train was on time," Harry said. "I expected you 20 minutes earlier," Wednesday said, which was true and slightly unreasonable and they both knew it. She looked at him properly, the assessment she did, cataloguing changes, and found several. He was taller. Not dramatically but measurably. He looked less like someone wearing his own face carefully and more like someone who decided it was his face and had stopped being strategic about it. He had the ease in his shoulders she'd first seen coming back in September when he'd walked to the Gryffindor table without checking over his shoulder. "You look well," she said. He knew this was significant from her. "You too," he said. She nodded. He nodded. They walked inside together. Christmas at the Addams house was 3 days of complete immersion in the specific texture of the family, and Wednesday watched Harry move through it with the attention she gave to experiments that were at an interesting stage. He and Gomez had a conversation about Quidditch strategy that lasted 2.5 hours and ended with Gomez declaring that Harry's analysis of the Wollongong shimmy was revolutionary and that he intended to write a letter about it to the Chudley Cannons, which Harry politely tried to discourage because the Chudley Cannons didn't deserve it. He and Morticia played chess every evening, and the games were longer now and more contested, and on Christmas Eve Harry put Morticia in check twice before she found the move and won, and she said much better with the warm precision that she reserved for genuine progress. He and Pugsley spent an afternoon in the East Wing that Wednesday monitored from a distance with her notes and one eye and from which they emerged covered in something she couldn't identify but which smelled like cordite and triumph. She decided not to investigate. Some things were better as closed systems. He spent time with Thing, who had adopted him as something between a project and a companion, and with Fester, who had decided that Harry was a kindred spirit on the basis that they both had interesting relationship with things that could, in the wrong circumstances, explode. And he spent time with Wednesday. They worked in her study, her real study, at the house, not the hotel room or the Hogwarts 6th floor room, with their respective projects and the occasional conversation. She was building the framework for the monitoring structure going forward, the documentation trail that would track Hogwarts' compliance with the Wisengamot's orders. He was doing holiday homework and reading the 2 extra books she'd put in the second-year advanced stack for him in September, which he'd nearly finished. They worked in companionable parallel with the particular efficiency of people who had learned each other's working rhythms and didn't interrupt them unnecessarily. On Christmas morning, the family exchanged gifts in the large front room surrounded by the black tree's red lights, Gomez in his smoking jacket, Morticia in black velvet, Pugsley eating something that crackled, Fester having appeared with a box of his own contributions that everyone opened carefully and at a distance. Harry had brought gifts. He'd bought them, with his own money, from his vault, the first Christmas he'd ever bought presents, and Wednesday, opening hers, found a leather-bound notebook, dark green, with her initials tooled on the cover in silver. She looked at it. She looked at Harry. He was watching her with the careful not-to-hope expression that she recognized from early in the year and was seeing less often and was glad to see less often. "For your notes," he said. "I noticed you always use a legal pad but the pages come out and sometimes they go in the wrong order." He paused. "The binding is good," I asked the shop. Wednesday looked at the notebook. She opened it. The paper was exactly the right weight, the kind that took ink without bleeding. She closed it. She looked at Harry. "Thank you," she said. "Not stop thanking me." "Thank you." Harry smiled. Not the careful almost smile. A real one, complete, the kind that came from somewhere that had stopped being guarded. It was, Wednesday thought, an excellent smile. It had been worth waiting for. She gave him her gift. He opened it and found a volume, old, leather, the title in Latin, and looked at it with the initial puzzlement of someone reading a title they don't immediately parse. "It's a Cursebreaker's Manual," Wednesday said. 16th century. Original edition. It covers the theory of bound magic and protection spells and what happens to them when the caster's intentions are found to be compromised. She held his eyes. "It's about the blood wards. The actual theory of them, from someone who built similar structures and then dismantled them. There's a section on what happens when the emotional conditions required for the ward to function, specifically the home condition, are retroactively determined to have been coerced." Harry looked at the book. He looked at her. He understood what she was saying. This is about your mother's magic. About what it actually was. About what it actually did. Not Dumbledore's version of it, the original version, the real structure of it. He held the book with both hands. It's yours," Wednesday said. "Your heritage, not his narrative of it." Harry looked at the book for a long moment. He looked at the Latin title. He looked up. "Thank you," he said, and it meant considerably more than the 2 words it was. "Happy Christmas," Wednesday said. He went back to Hogwarts on the 27th. The Christmas had done what it needed to do, not dramatically, not in any single visible moment, but in the accumulation of 3 days of being entirely himself in a space that required nothing other than that. He went back fuller, and the fullness wasn't metaphorical. Wednesday saw him off at the platform. Gomez and Morticia were there too, but they stayed back near the entrance. They understood the particular texture of this departure, the specific quality of the goodbye between Wednesday and Harry, and they gave it room. He turned at the train door. He looked at her. "December was good," he said. "January through June will be complicated," she said. "Quirrell, whatever Dumbledore moved, the second half of the year." She looked at him. "Pay attention to your instincts. Document what you notice. And," she paused, "if at some point you find yourself in a situation where you have to make a choice, remember what I said about the choice you can live with from the inside." "I'll remember," he said. "An owl," she said. "I'll owl," he said. He looked at her for a moment with the complete, uncomplicated expression of someone who knew what they wanted to say and was deciding how much of it to say. He settled on, "I'm glad you exist, Wednesday." Wednesday looked at him. She looked at this 11-year-old boy who had come from a cupboard and a January in Surrey and named spiders and a world that had arranged everything around him without ever asking, who had learned to straighten his shoulders and ask real questions and eat breakfast without calculating whether he'd earned it, who had a mind that she found, genuinely and continuously, worth engaging with, and a quality of attention that she had encountered in precisely two people in her life, herself and him. "So am I," she said. He smiled. He got on the train. She watched it pull out of the station with her hands in her coat pockets and her legal pad under her arm and the green notebook. She'd put it in her coat immediately, because the weight of it was good, and when the train was gone and the platform was just a platform again, she stood there for one more moment. Gomez appeared beside her. He said nothing, which was how she knew it was a real moment and not a performance. He just stood there. "Then, shall we?" "Yes," Wednesday said. They walked back through King's Cross, Gomez's arm through Morticia's, the three of them moving through the Muggle crowd with the easy confidence of people who occupied exactly the space they chose to occupy, and out into the December London street, and the city went on around them, loud and grey and entirely indifferent, the way cities were. Wednesday put her hand in her coat pocket and felt the notebook. She thought about the year ahead and what it contained, the monitoring, the quarterly reviews, the ongoing situation with Quirrell, Harry's first Quidditch match, all the things that were still in motion and would keep being in motion because things always were. She thought about the case and Marchbanks and the 1743 precedent and what the record now showed. She thought about a corridor under a set of stairs and what it had contained and what had come out of it. She thought about how things that are very small at the beginning, a gap in a family tree, a line in a death record, a name in a folder of documents, could become, given enough attention and enough refusal to look away, something that changed the actual conditions of an actual life. She thought about the notebook and the way Harry had held the Cursebreaker's manual with both hands. She thought about named spiders. She walked down the London street and she didn't look back, because she wasn't a person who looked back, she was a person who looked forward, always forward, at the thing that was coming and the work that it required. The city was loud and grey and entirely indifferent. She didn't mind. Spring came to Hogwarts in March, and with it the first Quidditch match, and Wednesday received an owl from Ron Weasley. She'd gotten used to Ron's owls, which came with the frequency and informal warmth of someone who had decided she was a person worth communicating with and had acted on this decision without overthinking it. That said, you need to know. Harry caught the snitch in his mouth in the first match because someone was jinxing his broom and he nearly fell off and Hermione set Snape's robes on fire. The fire was a mistake. She thought Snape was the one jinxing him. It was actually Quirrell, we found out later, but Harry caught the snitch. It took 4 minutes. No one has ever caught it that fast. McGonagall cried a little. She says she didn't, but she did. He says to tell you he's fine. He's great actually. He says don't worry. He also says he knew you'd worry, so he asked me to write because you'd believe me faster than you'd believe him. He's probably right about that. Ron Wednesday read this 3 times. She sat with the Quirrell information and the jinxed broomstick and the picture of Harry nearly falling 40 feet from a broom and feeling things that she identified with clinical precision as a combination of fury and retroactive fear and the specific relief that comes after a danger has passed without harm. She picked up her pen. She wrote to Harry, Ron's owl arrived. I'm coming up next weekend for the first review. Have your notes ready. We need to talk about Quirrell and the broom and what exactly you've been observing versus what you've been acting on without telling me. She paused. She added, I'm glad you caught the snitch. She sent it. She picked up the green notebook, which was now a third full of case notes and observations and the occasional personal annotation in a margin, the kind she'd never put in a legal pad because legal pads felt like records and the notebook felt like thought, and she opened it to a fresh page. At the top she wrote, Harry, Year 1, Second Half. Below that, outstanding issues, Quirrell/Voldemort situation, broom jinxing incident, protection object location, Dumbledore's end-of-year planning, unknown but predictable. Below that, in the margin, smaller, he caught the snitch in 4 minutes. Nobody's ever done that. She looked at the sentence. She looked at it for a moment. She didn't cross it out. The year ended the way school years ended, in a rush of examinations and summer heat and the particular relief of a thing completed, and the train came back south in June and Harry came off it at King's Cross with his trunk and his owl and something new in his face, a specific quality that she'd been waiting for without quite naming it. He'd fought Quirrell. She knew the outline from his letters, the obstacles, the room with the mirror, Voldemort's face on the back of a head and the burning and the crumble of a professor into nothing. She'd read it several times and felt several things in sequence and had processed all of them before he arrived. By the time the train came in she was ready. She stood on the platform. He came off the train and saw her and walked toward her, and she looked at his face, the new quality, and she named it. He had done something hard. He had done it by himself, which was not how she would have chosen it, but it had happened and he'd survived it, and the surviving of something hard by yourself left a mark that was different from any other mark. It was not confidence, exactly, it was the more fundamental thing that confidence was built on, the knowledge that you had been tested against a real thing and had not broken. He stopped in front of her. He looked at her. "Before you say anything," he said, "I know. I should have told faster. I should have told you sooner. I should have let Dumbledore, Harry," Wednesday said. He stopped. "Are you all right?" she said. He blinked. He'd been expecting the other version of this conversation. He adjusted. "Yes," he said. "I'm all right." "Good," she said. "The debrief can wait until we're in the car." She looked at him, all of him, the trunk and the owl and the new quality in his face, and made her assessment and completed it. "You handled it." "Barely," he said. "Barely is sufficient," Wednesday said. "Barely and perfectly are the same outcome." He looked at her. He paused, "That's actually really comforting." "I meant it as information," Wednesday said. "I know," he said. "It's still comforting." Gomez arrived from the direction of the coffee kiosk, because he always found a coffee kiosk, and Morticia was behind him, and there was the usual reunion with the usual quality, genuine, warm, complete. Gomez asked 17 questions in rapid sequence and Harry answered them in the order they came with the patience of someone who had learned that Gomez's questions were love in interrogative form. Morticia put her hand on Harry's face for a moment and looked at him with the look she'd been refining since January, the one that said you are specifically seen, not generally managed, and Harry received it with the ease of someone it no longer surprised. They walked out of King's Cross together. The 4 of them, through the station, into the June Street. London was loud and warm and entirely ordinary. Harry walked beside Wednesday. He had his hands in his pockets, the habitual ease, so different from the boy who'd stood in a hotel room in Surrey in January with almost nothing to pack. He walked the way people walked when they knew where they were going. "So," he said. "Summer." "Summer," Wednesday confirmed. "And then second year." "Second year," she said. "Which will have its own complications, given that Voldemort is still out there in some form and Dumbledore is recalibrating and the monitoring structure is new and you are now in possession of information that will affect how people relate to you at school." She paused. "But that's September. This is June." He thought about this. "What do we do in June?" "You rest," Wednesday said. "You read the books I'm adding to the summer stack. You argue with Pugsley about his catapult. It is a catapult, by the way, I checked. You play chess with Morticia and beat her, finally, which you almost did at Christmas and will do by August if you keep at it." She paused. "And you decide what you want from second year. Not what Dumbledore wants. Not what the wizarding world expects. What you want." He was quiet for a moment. "What I want," he said, testing the phrase. "Yes," Wednesday said. He thought about it as they walked. The street was full of people going places, carrying things, doing the ordinary business of an ordinary day in an ordinary city. Harry walked through it with his hands in his pockets and thought about what he wanted, which was something he'd been practicing, the act of wanting, of letting himself want things and then thinking about what to do with the wanting. "I want to get better at transfiguration," he said. "And I want to actually understand the theory of potions, not just the practice. And he paused, "I want to know more about my parents. Not just the famous version. The actual version." "I can help with that," Wednesday said. "All of it?" He nodded. He looked at the street. He looked at the sky. He looked at the car where Gomez was doing something theatrical with the parking ticket and Morticia was watching him with serene affection. He looked at Wednesday. "Wednesday," he said. "Yes. This year was," he stopped. Looked for the word. "It was the first year that was actually mine," he said. "Like, I was in it. Not just surviving it. I was, actually in it." He paused. "That's because of you. And your family. But mostly you." Wednesday walked beside him. "She thought about saying you would have found your way to it regardless," which was true, and I just opened the door, which was less true, because she'd done considerably more than open a door. She'd filed legal papers and interviewed witnesses and argued with Dumbledore at 11 p.m. and sat on cold corridor floors and written letters and made sure there was a seat saved at the end of the table and done all of it without ever calling it by a name that would have made her uncomfortable. She thought about saying all of this. Instead she said, "I know." He almost laughed. "You always say that." "Because it's almost always accurate," she said. He shook his head, smiling, "The complete one, the real one." She looked at it briefly and looked away. They reached the car. Gomez had resolved the parking ticket situation through methods she didn't ask about. The trunk went in the boot and the owl in the back seat and the four of them settled into the Bentley with the particular comfortable efficiency of people who had learned each other's spatial habits. The car pulled into London traffic. Harry sat in the back beside Wednesday and looked out the window at the city going past, and Wednesday had her legal pad and her green notebook and the Quirrell debrief to conduct and the summer reading list to finalize and the monitoring structure documentation to continue and approximately 15 other things to do, and she started on the nearest one. From the front seat, Morticia was saying something to Gomez, low and precise, and he was laughing in the way he laughed when she'd said something that caught him perfectly. Thing, from somewhere in the front console, was doing something that involved paper and a very small pair of scissors. Harry looked out the window at London. Then he turned and looked at Wednesday, who was writing. He watched her for a moment with the uncomplicated attention he had for things that he was glad existed. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. Wednesday wrote, and outside the window the city went on and on and on, loud and bright and entirely ordinary, and the car carried them home.